Yeah, hey, afternoon. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Quite a few people in already, so we'll do a bit of catch up in a minute. But hopefully, well, a lot of you caught my premiere earlier, so thanks for dropping in if you did. Lots of people in. So we got Colin in. I think Colin was first in today, so welcome, Colin. Good morning. Good afternoon now, actually. Anthony's in. Hi, Anthony. Hope you're getting better, mate. Wenlock, 2200 Australian Eastern Time. Yeah, hour early does make that bit of difference, doesn't it? Because I know I've got quite a few subscribers and viewers down under, and it's nice to be able to accommodate everybody, isn't it? It might be that I can do it a little bit earlier. I mean, I tend to do a 2 o'clock stint because I like to have my lunch first, so I normally eat about 1:30, ready for 2 o'clock stream. But that's nothing to stop me doing a 1 o'clock stream if that suits people better. Just means I've got to get up earlier, eat my breakfast earlier, and eat my dinner earlier. That's the plan. Too set in my ways. That's the problem. Daniel, how you doing? Always love the TR82. It is an iconic radio, isn't it? It really is. An English or British classic radio, definitely. I was going to look at what it actually cost when it was new. I think it's usually on the trader sheets, but I haven't downloaded a trader sheet yet. So if anyone can find that info out in a minute, that'd be great. Find out what a TR82 would have been new. Afternoon, Rob Cross. Yeah, you can still watch a video back from this morning, Rob. Harb, welcome back again. And you're awake for both. Amazing. And thanks for the super chat, Rob. Wenlock saying it's on iconic radio. Secret engineer. Yeah, so thanks, Rich. Rich has enabled the text to speech again. So if you type exclamation mark say with no gap and then the sentence you want to say, it will talk to me basically. So if I'm dozing off or I'm turned around looking at a radio, you just exclamation mark say, and fingers crossed it works, then it should shout at me. So thanks again, Rich, for enabling that. Mike Atlantis is in. How you doing, mate? A couple of bushes to look at. A man cave workshop. Excellent. Thank you very much, Sean, for the super chat. And Sean has given me his address to in case somebody wants to send him something. So you're going to need to email me if you want Sean's address, if you want to send him something. But I believe, or Sean will probably tell us more, but I believe he's actually going to be up and running again sometime in October, I think he thought, or he thinks. So that's my email address. And if you want to email me, then I'll let you have Sean's mailing address. So he has lost everything, pretty much. So anything that we can give him to help him out, I'm sure he'll be purchasing a few things. But if we can lessen that load on him, I'm sure he'll appreciate it. And things like radios and that, it's something I know Sean does love his old radios. So and cassette players. And anything with steeple tone on it. He loves steeple tone. That's his top brand. So anything like that, any old rubbish like that, Sean loves that. Only teasing Sean, of course. But yeah, if you want to email me on that email address there, then I will send you on Sean's details if you want to send him anything. You know, spare underwear, socks, anything like that. I'm sure he's lost that much. So it was a garage, not the house. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Hi, Timothy. How are you? Thomas Kitts. Hi, Thomas. David's in again. Good day, David. I'm not going to try the Australian accent, so don't stop me on that. It sort of like blends into Cockney and slight Chinese and Indian taint to it as well. Afternoon, Benji and Fat Tony. Hi, Tony. Stream Elements is in. Stream Elements is in the house. I'm struggling to keep up here. There's so many people in. He's on the pop. Sean's on the pop. Premiere was excellent. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. And don't forget, next Friday morning, nice and early, David Tipton's hoping to release that video, so I'll be certainly in there watching that for sure. It's better when you have cut. Map, how are you, mate? Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, we're good, mate. We're good, Sean. Me and Mrs. Cruncher. Mrs. Cruncher's downstairs cooking the Sunday roast today. We've got pork today, I think, from one of the local people around here that slaughtered one a week or so ago. So can't get fresher than that, really. Afternoon, Dave. Soon be lunchtime. Yeah, you will enjoy that, Sean. You will enjoy David's channel. I'm surprised you're not subscribed already. Rolf's in. Hi, Rolf. David V, how are you, mate?
Anthony G7BJO says, I'm still awake from this morning, lol.
Thank you, Anthony. And that's how the live text-to-speech works. So thanks for demoing that, Anthony. I'm glad to hear you're still awake. David V is new to your channel. Found it while searching for videos on the Sony 2010. No worries, David. I've done a lot of those, but I haven't really recorded them as such. You'll find them sort of splashed about in some of my live streams, but yeah, that was a bit of a trek, that particular 2001 with the dodgy crystal, wasn't it? And hi to Susie as well, Thomas. No worries, Sean. You lost a lot, mate. You lost a lot of personal stuff, so it's always nice to have something back that you're not expecting, isn't it? So I'm sure we can all sort you out some bits and pieces to have a play with. Keep your hand in. Stu from down the road, Captain Porkchop. Stu, yeah, I don't know why you, Dave. Maybe that's your YouTube name, mate. So yeah, that pork was amazing, mate, and it's in the oven now. Well, it's out the oven actually because she's already cooked it. But yeah, we're looking forward to that. Are you out later, mate, as well? Are you down with the crew later? They got a kid's birthday party going on today, and you know, as is tradition around here, it seems that the adults need to have a party after the kids' party. So I think that's the plan. So I'm sure Stu will be there. Harvey's there, recover from COVID. You're back to annoy me. Sorry to hear you had COVID, Harvey. There's a lot of it about, Stu, isn't there? I'm struggling to keep up with the chat here. I think I'm nearly up with that. Did I get the last email about the hacker? I did get an email, but I haven't read it yet. Probably I did quickly skim it. I haven't sort of sat down and read it yet. I had a busy day yesterday, so I'm out. Most of it was spent trying to edit that video ready for release this morning. It slowed my internet down, something chronic as well. A lot clearer this time. Thanks for the voice. Yeah, it is. I've got it on ultra low latency today, so it should come through a bit quicker. Jess, how you doing, mate? Can I play some more cassettes and records? Yeah, I got absolutely hammered. Well, not necessarily with alcohol, but I think it was maybe a 5-beer stream, that one. But yeah, certainly got hammered with copyright. Yeah, no worries, Stu. Yeah, we're definitely coming down anyway. To James's place, isn't it? Get him on a boat and have him as a guest. Yeah, yeah, we could. I could Skype him in, really. I could Skype him in. I can probably pretty much pull most people into a stream. I don't know what it would do to the bandwidth, etc. But yeah. Yeah, so right, okay, I'm up with it. I'm up with it all. You saw me fondling it. Oh, did you? It is a lovely set. It is a lovely set. So as I say, if you want to talk to me, like physically talk to me, you've got to put exclamation mark say. I think you've got to put a space. No space between the exclamation mark and say. Then a space in the sentence. So I'm sure someone else would demo it. Yeah, so getting back to Sean, he probably is after some test equipment, Tony. And if you want to drop me an email, I'll send you his address. There are many that play music but have a disclaimer saying about the music. Yeah, you'll find that people got these disclaimers saying about the music, but they still get the copyright hit, so they can't monetize the video. So that's the only thing. I mean, end of the day, if you look back at my videos that have got copyrights on them, you'll see lists of all the artists in the comments section, well, in the title section. So yeah, it doesn't affect me, to be honest, Anthony. I don't get any sort of hit against my name or anything like that. Just the copyright owners claim any monetization for that video. So you know, if that video made, say it made £7.50, they'd all get a cut of that. And I think there was 49 copyright claims on that video. So you've got to divide that £7.50 between 45 different claimants, and away you go. So it's not an issue at all, to be fair. So it just means I can't monetize the video. So you know, just don't earn anything off it. Well, obviously you guys helping me out with super chats and tips, no problem at all. Still get those, so all good, all good. How many radios have I got on today? Well, let's have a quick look, shall we, Jess? Yes. How about that? That's got a little. We've got the essential item there, obviously. That's ready for something to go in it. I've got to pace myself because obviously I think tonight could get a bit messy, so I've got to go easy. So I got 4 that I've dug out. I've actually got 2 more that I know of, but I just couldn't get to the box in the loft where they were. Not without crashing through a load of stuff. So yeah, I've got 4 of these, and as I say, it is an iconic radio. I think they were made. I think they started making them in the late 50s. So it's a very sort of classic British design. So I've got 4 here. 3 of them are different. So this is the one that I showed you last week. This is the classic TR82C with the nice metal lettering. The later ones, this one here, for example, you can see there's something not quite right with the lettering on that one. So that is one of the ones with the plastic letters. Now these letters do come off; they're not fixed. But the new ones from China, we call them the wonky U radios. That U is, I think it goes inwards, doesn't it? It pinches in on the top, so it's not straight. So I think it's actually molded into the case, the letter, and it's not separate letters on the new ones. And they're not nice radios. They are not nice. As I say, this is the one with the proper. If it's going to focus, is it going to focus? No, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. No, it doesn't like that one. It prefers the one with the plastic letters. So I'll zoom out a little bit. That's the one with the metal letters. It doesn't like that radio, does it? There you go. So they're available in the brass as well, and they'll have brass letters. If I pull the one out from the back, this is probably the most interesting of them. So this one, you can see this is solid brass letters. But this is the Volvo. This is the MB60, I think it is, isn't it? I think it's MB60. Yeah, MB60. I don't know if you can see that or not. Where are we? It's going to focus. Yeah, there you go. MB60. So I believe the MB60 was the very first one. Now, this one's looking a bit poorly, to be fair, but I think it's doable. It is restorable. You can see all the brass is tarnished. It's gone like a coppery colour, but that should be all brass there. And the top, again, should be brass. Nice red Rexine infill. A little bit of a tear in it there for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. A little bit of colour on that and it'll disappear though. But yeah, very, very classic looking radio. And I think there wasn't a lot of places that didn't have one of these back in the 60s. I can certainly remember my grandparents having one. So this is the, I know you said EBM, MB60, the Volvo one. This is a TR82C. You should be able to see that on the bottom. God, I've got a battery in that one still. He's a bit heavy to hold up. Hang on. Ugh, God. Yeah, so, are you going to focus? Come on. You know you want to. Yeah, there. Just about there. TR82C. And I've got this one. Now this looks the same. But this is a, if it'll focus, come on, TR82CL. And the reason it's a CL is it's got you can't really see it because the lettering's worn off. It's got a third button, which is Radio Luxembourg 208 button. You can see it a bit better on this one, but this one's really grubby. You can see the 208 button on that one a bit better, if it'll focus. There you go. So you've got long wave, medium wave, and 208. None of these are restored. They're all as I've pulled them out. God, I tell you, that's heavy, that one. God, he weighs a ton, that. Catch you later, Mike. Right, let's just catch up with the chat. 4 bushes in one shot. Thanks, Colin. So the Bush TR82B was £17, 8 shillings and 11 pence in May 59, sorry. No, none of these have FM, Anthony, but there are FM versions out there. That's a bit, get the light back on them. And if you want to see an excellent video of one of these being restored, Chris, All the Gear, No Idea, did a series on, well, he did a couple videos, I think, on this, and he made a great job of that. So when I get round to doing this one, I should be referring back to Chris's video for sure. China can keep them, yeah. Yeah, so the VTR 103, I think it is the FM version of it, and I don't have one of those. I've always fancied one, but never managed to get hold of one. Yeah, inwards, as I went and had a look when you were talking about them last week. Not sure, Sim, up there. As a room decoration, yeah, if you cover up the U, Sean. Brass was B and chrome was C, that's right. Chinese ones are good for a stage set. Catch you later, Mike. Light radio was fantastic. Radio Luxembourg, Radio London. One used in the background on the GB News set, I think. Afternoon, Millen Chip, how are you? Most had those in the kitchen in the 60s. They did, and that's when my nan and granddad had one. So when restoring, would you clean the brass back up? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would do. Provided, the problem with a lot of brass, or allegedly brass, is it ain't always brass. It's just a bright metal with a brass sort of coating on it, whether they're anodized. I mean, I've got, you notice I've got the brass piece missing off the front there. Well, I have got one to go on it there. So that should have a brass bright on it like that. It's not going to stay there, is it? Yeah, so that should have a brass bright like that on it. But when you look at it, I don't think it is actually brass. It might be. It's just not. It doesn't really look like solid brass. It feels quite light as well. And I've got another another dial there just in case. So the brass, the B versions and the MB60 and the EM60 had brass. Now I mentioned the EBM60, and I dug you up. Yeah, I do sell them, Stu. Yeah, or Dave Stew, Dave. Do you have a magnet? Yes. I'm sure I've got magnet. I've got loads of speakers knocking about, so. And all these screwdrivers are magnetic. Yeah, it's not magnetic, because I mean this screwdriver's magnetic, it's not sticking to it. So it's, I don't know. Afternoon, Keith. Right, what's his name? So, if I go to my screen, I've got a video I did of the EBM60. I think you're on my screen, aren't you? Just to make 100% sure. Okay. So I've got some videos I did of the EBM60. Now this is one of, well, it probably is the rarest bush of this family of radios ever made. So really, really hard to get hold of. I'll stick that link in. I have put the link in the video description if you want to go and look at that playlist. But that is a very rare radio. And I sold it. Someone really, really wanted it, so I sold it. But where are we? Somewhere down here I've got a couple links. There we go. So this was an article done by Robert Darwent for the British Vintage Wireless Society. Let's just get rid of me a minute. British Vintage Wireless Society's journal. And Robert's a very nice chap. I have spoken to him when I had the EBM60 help me out. I asked him quite a few questions about it. He was very, very helpful. He did this article, and this is what sort of sparked my interest off on him, really. So you'll need to do a search for Robert Darwent, and I'll show you his website in a minute. You should be able to download a copy of this article. So it was designed by David Ogle. Now, I'm trying to think what else he designed, David Ogle, but I think he was quite a famous designer back then. So here's pretty much the different versions. So this is the MB60, which I've got here. This is the EBM60. I didn't know there was a later MB60, so it looks like there's two different chassis. Modified A99 chassis. That'd be interesting to find out what the difference is then. So there's the pictures of the chassis. How is that modified then? What's different? Just trying to see if there's a difference. So they've still got these metal caps. Still got two caps there. Still got the weird and wonderful 2-pin plug, which is nigh impossible to find. So this was the very first ones released, the MB60 and the EBM60. That was for export only. That's why they're very hard to find. And you can see it's got an aerial on it because it's got shortwave on it. Got a shortwave band. There was one came up on eBay a while back, but I missed out on it. I did bid on it. It was pretty rough, though, to be fair. It was very rough, but a good radio for somebody. I wonder if the battery setup's different then, because that's got just a single battery one, but this has got a sled, you know, the piece of metal for the 2 D cells, which is the filament cells, and then there's another battery sits in here, which I've got actually. I've got that battery because I kept it out of the radio. So TR82, which is the ones I've got here, the chrome ones, released in 1959. 1957, the MB60. That's older than I thought. VTR 103. That's the VHF one. Here's some of the other ones. Sounds like the doggies are off out for a walk. Oh, there's an ETR82 as well. There's so many varieties of these. You really need to have a look at this article, really. TR82L, which we've got here, was a CL. EBM60. Some Morla. Right, apologies for that. I lost my batteries. I think someone's messaged me there. Yeah, sounds got Sean. I'm back. So, yeah, I was just saying that there's this A100 chassis as well. Which, what's that one then? Oh, that's the EBM60. Right, okay.
The secret engineer says, no sound.
Thank you, Rich. I'm back. I should be back. Yeah, that's just only recharge those batteries as well. I don't think they're holding their charge very well. I might just do battery refresh on those. Anyway, apologies for that, but I was just going through the different models. I don't know how much of that you heard.
Comp says, no sound.
Yeah, I'm back. Text to speech is working. So it talks about models using AF. So this, you should be able to find this this article. I'm not sure which one it's in, but it's a great article. I did see it. I've got the copy of this this journal somewhere. Keep all the journals. They're really, really good. And what else have I got here? I've got the service manual. Radio workshop. This gives you, this is the actual Bush one as well, so much nicer than the trader sheet. So that's a circuit for the TR82. Looks like this is the older one using the OC series transistors, but there was a later one that used the AF117s, which were a pain. Right, so let's look at Robert's website. So this is Robert's website, and I've got the... Oh, damn. No, we don't want that. Right, that's better. I pasted it instead of copying it. So let's paste that in. You can go and have a look at that. Solar panel. Yeah, they are. Gerard, how you doing? Ben, how you doing? So just catching up. Derek Cooper, extra Volve. You also designed cars, right? Okay. I did think we designed the Reliance Scimitar, did he? Oh. Remember the Scimitar? Aston, good afternoon, mate. Right, so that's Robert's site. I think we're still on that, aren't we? I've lost track now. Yeah, we're still on it. So there's all sorts of useful information on all the different models here. Type and chassis tables, miscellaneous information. So pretty much this is the same as that article, but just goes into it a little bit more depth. So you just click on the top, gives you an introduction. MB60, this is what we've got here in front of us, 1957. Lots of info on that, different chassis types. Serial numbers 12,001 onwards have a modified chassis. So what serial number is this one? 23,336. So this has got the modified chassis. Looks like oh, the DL96 output valve and some large capacitors have been repositioned to accommodate the different battery types. Oh, I see. Yeah, we've got two valves down the bottom there. And that one's been moved up to there. So I suppose they've increased this gap here. Interesting. TR82, so we've got a TR82C here. VTR103 is the FM version, you know, so we've got telescopic aerial. I will get hold of one of those at some stage. I'll have to search eBay, see if I can pick one up. TR82 modified. To include a headphone socket, okay. I think the headphone socket was in the side, yeah, there it is. So again, I think my grandparents had the one with the headphone socket in it. The two later ones here I've got the headphone socket. Mark II with the improved AF11 series. Yeah, not really improved. I think the gain was better on these, but obviously they had their issues. VTR103C in chrome. 282L. Suffix L denotes the preset 208 for Radio Luxembourg. So L is the standard trim, and CL, which is the two I've got here, are the blue and green case. Or the TR82DL with a light cream case. Okay, so it's a DL or a CL basically then. Well, I'm not going to go through all of those, but if you want to have a look through that article, I'll stick that in the description as well. TR82. Hybrid valve and transistor. Whoa. Imagine finding one of those. I mean, the one I found, and I've got a link to the one I had here. So this is the EBM 60 that I had. And I picked this up from a local radio rally. Well, I say local, across in Tavistock. You can see on the top there, if I zoom in, you've got S1, S2 and M. So you've got two shortwave bands and medium wave. So it looks like shortwave 1 was, looks like it's in megacycles as well, megahertz basically. So it looks like it did 9 to 17 megs and 3 to 9 megs by the looks of it. So 41, 49, 60 meters, 19, 25 and 31 meters. They're not great pictures. I just snapped them quickly for my channel at the time there. You can see the buttons a bit better there. But what you can't see is the aerial on the back. You need to look at my video. So the very, very early serial number, look, 137. So one of my subscribers and Patreons, Tim, has got this radio now. So I think I gave him the lead with it as well. So he's got the plug-in lead on the back. And this was the batteries that were inside it when I bought it. So that's what it would have used from new. And I've still got those batteries here. So you've got a 90 volt HT battery, and these are in parallel 1.5 volt D cells. And this is the insides of it. So I replaced these two. So that was just me messing about inside it. But you can see the transformer's potted on this one. Nice little rectifier. Selenium or metal, I'm not sure. And that was the ones that I took out. And you can just about see the date there. It looks September 57. So that was the ones that came out, 3,000 microfarads. Okay, and that's a picture of this radio for today. So there we are. Just a bit of messing about for you, and a couple links to have a look at. Let's get back on track then. Let's catch up with the chat. Afternoon, David. How are you? David Tag. Les is in. Hi, Les. Out with the grandchildren today. Will Gibson. Thank you for subscribing, Will. Right, so we need to...
Stream Elements says, thanks for subscribing, Will Gibson.
There you go. Stream Elements told me. Thank you, Stream Elements. Right, let's get the essentials sorted out a minute. First, we need to get a beer down my neck, just to help me when I'm looking at these radios. So we've got a Mrs. Cruncher special. She's gone and bought me this. I've never had this before. Sounds very strange. Brewdog Silk Road Lychee and Mango Hazy IPA. I've never heard of that. Never tried it. It's a little bit potent. 6.5% by the looks of it. It's been in the fridge, so that's going to go down my neck. So let's get the old beer in the tankard. Meaty. Cool, that does smell citrusy. Sort of pour it all over my legs. Brewdog sounds a bit rough. Oh, well, let's have a go. Cheers, everybody. Oh, yeah, that is nice. That is nice. Very nice. Get it on, lad. Get it down. Yeah, none of your weak stuff, Sean. This is strong stuff. 6.5. The road is long and fruity, look. Silk Road. Brewdog. One day someone will sponsor me, won't they? Mike Racing Demon. Cheers, Mike. You won 750 from the bookies? Oh, you are the man, aren't you? You are the man. You need to be sending me some tips, Mike, I think. That's what you need to be doing. Right. We need to have a look inside these, don't we? I expect you've got a few of these, Mike, haven't you? TR82. I think most of us have got one of these. Sean, you had the wonky U one, didn't you, I think? Because you thought it was like a bit like steeple tone. Got the old shorts on today, though. It's not that warm, actually. So let's have a look inside them. Let's have a look inside them. Let's open up the Volvo. I don't know what is this. What is that for? That doesn't look factory. Looks like a pimple. It's the Scarlet Pimpernel, the black spot. It's got the black spot. Let's get her open. I don't know that I've ever had this one open. I can't even remember where I got it. I might have bought it from one of the auctions. One of the British Vintage Wireless Society auctions. Yeah. That's just a grommet that someone's glued in there, so that's a shame. So I think that's a car aerial hole there. I threw it in a bin, did I? Did I throw it in the bin? Did I? That sounds about right. So yeah, that's a shame someone's gone and drilled that hole in it. But I don't know why they would have done that. What have they done? Why have they done that then? I mean, it looks... It sort of lines up with this valve here for some reason. It does look to be sticking out a bit far, that one. It's not seated properly. Yeah, I think that's what's happened. That valve's not seated properly, so someone in their wisdom thought, oh, that's not right. I'll best drill a hole out to give it a bit more clearance. That's what's happened. Yeah, that's what's happened. Well, that was nicely corroded as well, that valve seat. Nasty. So this is the inside of the Volvo. Whoa. Spoiling you lot again, aren't I? All these Volvo things. Now somewhere I've got a wire brush. Look, I'll find it. You can have an inspection of the insides of this one, so you can see all the old valves down on the left there. Look, plus the one I've just pulled with the filter caps. I think those caps are on the 1.5 volt side though, those big ones. So get the old wire brush a minute. Give us a bit of a scrub off. Scrubby scrub brush. I don't know what's happened to my little brushes. Yeah.
Anthony G7BJO says the valve was too long.
You mean it was too long anyway? Some of the valve tops were bigger. Okay. It looks like this is a DK96. So whether they've changed the valve then, I thought, whoa, this new valve is a bit longer. So the best solution, rather than get another valve, is to drill a hole in the case. That would be a great idea. Oh dear. Right, where are we? We are just here, aren't we? You can just about see the valve. And they said valve hole then. I suppose it is the valve hole, isn't it? It's you can see how manky that is. It's, yeah, it doesn't really show up there on the camera, but it's really is dirty, that. I also disrespected your steeple tones. Oh dear, we got to, Sean. I mean, you know, it's the law. See, Sean, you've got to put exclamation mark say in there, you see. Like that. It's not going to do it now, is it? There is a bit of a delay. Right. It's not going to do it now, is it? There is a delay in there. It's not going to do it at all. Yeah, that's pretty corroded, that one. Very corroded. Well, where's my squirty stuff? I see, it's not letting me say anything, look. It won't let me talk, Rich. I suppose it doesn't want me to say anything, does it? Let's give that a quick squirt. We'll also use the old interdental. This is one of these in between your teeth things. Nice. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I'm not going to power this up today, but I just don't want to put that valve back in.
Radiocruncher says, I hear you, Sean.
That took a time, didn't it? I've got it on ultra low latency as well, Rich. It does take a little while, doesn't it? I think Rich did say that there was a way I could do it to make it a lot quicker, but I can't remember. I think it involved me downloading something. So yeah, it looks like that's why we've got a nice grommet in the back, because someone's drilled it out rather than putting a different type of valve in it. So I thought that it was just because they hadn't pushed it in properly, but yeah, it does stick out a little bit proud. It's in further than it was. Now I've cleaned it, but yeah, it looks like that was the problem. So nice old sats. I would like to get this one done at some stage, so we might have to single this one out and do 2 or 3 live streams on it, perhaps. I did see the picture of your radio studio, Anthony. That looked mega impressive, mate. Really, really impressive. Very high-tech and modern looking. Not a lot else to say about that. So this is the... Well, looking at his pictures, this is the early chassis, isn't it? But then it's the later serial number. I'm not really sure on that because... No, it is the later one, isn't it? Because they moved the valve up here. In the early ones, it was down here. So you can see the battery connector there for the 90-volt battery. Then you've got this weird arrangement here for the two D cells. They just sit in behind there. I've got the 90-volt battery up here, look. So there we are, an original Ever Ready. So you see it's quite skinny and flat. It's designed to go in there, I believe, somehow. No, that way. Sits up there like that. Well, that's a tight fit, isn't it? Flipping heck. Look at that. Yeah, that's a tight fit, that. Very tight fit, and that would have just sat up on top of it there. So probably the other way around, Graham, wouldn't it? Seemed to go in better that way though. So yeah, I kept hold of this because I was going to recreate that. It's swollen up a little bit, which is why it's a tight fit. But yeah, lovely to have the original batteries. There we are. So yeah, that would have sat back in there in the day. And there's a little bit of metal up there to protect it. Metal. There you go. And so you would have had two D cells there. I haven't got them to hand, but you just unscrew that, stick the D cells in. Back up with the back. What a shame they drilled that outlet just for that valve. I don't know if, because I mean, if you look at this, there is holes. So whether that was a factory thing, because that sort of, no, that doesn't. These here, the valves actually fit inside these, by the looks of it, the tops. Well, that one's not fitted particularly brilliantly, but yeah, it looks like they're designed to go in the actual holes for the valves. Yeah, they are. How strange is that? I've never noticed that before. So yeah, they're like I suppose it's like a silicone sponge. Just sits on the top of those valves, stop them moving around. I mean, this one, they don't look too healthy. That one and that one looks like these look quite light. So whether these have blown, I don't know. But that's certainly a new valve, I would have thought. It's not the original. But anyway, an interesting radio and a nice one to have in your collection if you can get hold of one. They are a little bit rarer. They do come up from time to time though, so worth looking out for. I'm not going to power that one up today. I'm not going to take it out of the chassis because it's a fair bit of work to redo all the bits and pieces inside. There's a lot of capacitors on the other side of the board on this. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff in there. Full of hunts, look. You can see there's all these hunts capacitors in here. Hunts there, there's a hunts there. I think the other side is all hunts caps. There's one down here. So it would probably need a complete recap, this one. We've got 3 electrolytics down here and 2 over here. I think these are the LT, that's the HT, I think. from memory.
Anthony G7BJO says, would you change out the rectifier for a silicone 1 Graham?
There's two rectifiers in here. There's one on the HT and one on the LT. There's one here and there's one here. I probably would change out the HT one. It'd be nice if I could get it inside that can though. I haven't downloaded the service manual for this one, but I would assume that that's the HT one there and that's the LT one. But yeah, I think I would probably do them. Well, I would do the HT one for sure. I mean, that, I don't know if that's selenium or that's just a metal rectifier there. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, there's quite a lot of rust on that little plate there, look, that sits above the battery. So it looks like that's had a bit of corrosion on it at some stage. But a nice radio, and as I say, you'll have to let me know if you want to see us make a start on that one. Leave it in the comments. I do read all the comments and I reply to them all as well. Sometimes it takes me a week or so to reply, but I do reply to them all. So I do like reading the comments. I don't seem to get a lot of comments really. People don't really comment, I suppose, because you've actually commented live. So just get comments from people that watch it afterwards. So we've got some quite nice stations on the dial. Let's have a zoom in on the dial. So again, this radio is going to be from probably, well, it's going to be late 50s, 57, 58, something like that. So again, it's always fun getting these dials off. I mean, they're hellish hard to get off. We'll take one off in a minute. We'll man up and get one off, but this one looks like it needs a bit of work because the paint's peeled off of this bottom one. You can't see it from that angle, but from the side you can see that that's actually lifted up. So that pointer needs repainting, and say we've got to stick the metal piece back on. Well, that's not the one off of this particular one, it's just a spare one that I had. So yeah, they do have cloudy dials. This one hasn't got a cloudy dial. I think it just reacts with the UV and they go cloudy. This one's a bit cloudier. Look, you can see the cloudiness in this one compared to that. So the dial is actually quite nice on this one. Again, this one's dirty. I've just not cleaned it. It's not actually as cloudy as it looks. That's just dirt, really. Let's try that again. So that's there you go. You can see there's a bit of cloudiness to it, but it's actually not bad for one of these. If I hold the battery up behind it, you can see it is fairly clear. Some of them are really, really cloudy and you can't see through them. But this one's okay. In fact, most of these are okay. I think I've got a couple cloudy dials. I did pick a few of these up from eBay. This is why I've got this spare one. Any bits like this I try and pick up off eBay if I see them come up. I've stopped sort of buying bits for it at the moment. I seem to be doing mainly Sony radios at the moment as part of my business. Repairing radios, I tend to be doing all Sonys, and the odd Mercedes battery control unit. Get a mallet on it. Yeah, I think the problem is it goes completely through the plastic. So you can polish away like mad. You get it a little bit better, but you'll never clear it really. You've not got any video. That's actually quite nice, that Brewdog. I was a bit sceptical. I just thought, well, it sounds a bit weird. Lychee. I mean, when was the last time you had lychees? That was one of the desserts they used to offer you in the Chinese, wasn't it? Lychee and Mango Hazy IPA. Very, very nice. Take him out to the like button. Yeah, thanks, Benji. Benji's got me back. Rob, thank you, Rob. So you can see on the dial, this was the whole point. I lost track then. I lost track of what I was doing. Again, that's about right though, isn't it? So it looks like the dial's moving as well. Look, can you see that? The dial shouldn't be moving. The dial should be fixed. So the dial's loose as well. But we've got some classic old stations. That we've got the light station on there. That's on the long wave side of the dial. We've got Luxembourg as well. Lati. Where's Lati? Not Lassie, Lati. Anybody ever heard of Lati? Was it Lati? Lati. I don't think I've seen that on a dial before. And Motala. Where the hell is Motala? It's not just down the road from me, is it? I don't think it is. Moscow, Aloui, I've seen that on the dials before, and Oslo, but Motala and Lati, never seen it. The top ones are pretty standard. Third, Light, London, Northern, Munich, Luxembourg. Is that Luxembourg West or Luxembourg and West? Scottish, third. Third's on the dial twice, saying that. Iran, Budapest, Hilversum, Brussels, Welsh, and Northern Ireland. Interesting. Interesting. What am I doing, Sean? Oh, Lati's in Finland, is it? Ah. So as I say, this is just medium and long wave, and on the top you can see we've got medium and long, very dusty, on, off and tone. So normally it's on volume, isn't it? Off, on, and then you go volume, but on these it's tone, and the volume's on the other end. Yeah, it's got a separate volume. So a little bit quirky, but very nice radios. So that's the EBM 60 Volve version. So let's do a bit of a shuffle. Let's come on to the classic TR82. It does seem dark in here today, doesn't it? It does seem very dark for some reason. No, never mind. Neck it. Hey,
Timothy Can says, hey. Latte milky coffee.
Latte milky coffee. Ah, that's how you pronounce it. Latte. 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 That's latte, isn't it? That's a bit posh. So this would have been late 50s. This is the one with the metal lettering. And we've got exactly the same dial on this one. So I would think an early one. Serial number is 23217 TR82C. Now this is the one I showed you, I think it was the week before last. This one does actually work. That's the Grand Prix. I don't hear that. I'll listen to that later. Long wave.
Although I'm still learning to play crossfit, I want to make a career out of it in the future. However, my parents are strictly against the idea of me playing cricket, and I'm not sure where to go from here. On one hand, I have my parents to think of, and on the other hand, a profession I've wanted to adopt ever since I was a little girl.
So you can hear the whistle on that. That's going to be this light.
Anyway, keep the pods coming and stay safe.
Turn that off. It's gone.
Here you go. So it is a really difficult one because your parents, when you're a young age, are obviously quite involved in. Well, for me, they were very involved. So they took me to my matches, and I couldn't have done that without them. So not having them on board is going to be difficult. But when I was a kid, there wasn't the option of having cricket as a career as a female. That is now a fact.
Right, it's not picking up the French station, but or Ireland. So it's a little bit down on reception, I think. But saying that, it is a bit of a Faraday cage in here, isn't it? Superbike rider Clive, how you doing, mate? I've seen you for ages. Hope you're all right. Hey. So, there's a couple of things I've noticed on this one. The dial here has got a big chip missing out of it. I don't know if you can see that, but it has. Can I get you in there? Let's have a look. Yeah, so you can see there the dial has got a nice big chunk missing out of it. Just there. Not really noticeable from the front, to be honest, so probably not worth worrying about. But the other thing is if you look at the alignment of the volume and tone, there's a big gap at the bottom and it's touching on the back, so it's almost like the chassis moved back towards the back of the radio, and exactly the same with the volume pot. See that? It's difficult to see, but the medium wave and long wave buttons seem to be down here. I don't know whether that's a quirk of the radio. I assume these things were mass produced, but let's get the back off of this one and have a look then. We did have a look at this one week before last, but we'll do it again because not everybody was here. Let's get rid of the switch cleaner. Let's put that back up out of the way. And there we are. Let's say that's got one of my ever ready batteries in there. So this is the A177 chassis. Got a little plastic label there that's broken, so that would have gone through the holes. Might be worth recreating that. Might be able to cut out a bit of old washing up liquid bottle and pop a transfer on there. Be worth recreating that for anyone else that wants to restore one. So this is the one with the OC series transistors in it. It's got OC45s. And then it's got the OC series outputs over here. What's one? I think it's the one on the other side or down the bottom. Yeah, down the bottom. So the two output transistors there, either side of the output transformer. And this has got a date on it, so we can date this one. Let's have a look. Let's get you in. That way. And that way. Can you read that? December 1959. So that was when that capacitor was produced. So it probably went out in 1960 then, potentially, being it's December, unless they sold it in December, I suppose. But yeah, it's great that actually dates it. So if you've got one of these, check that capacitor there. That'll give you an idea of the actual date of it. So let's zoom you out a bit. So there's your long wave, medium wave switches. How about that for a switch then? That's a proper switch, isn't it? I don't know why that top isn't lining up properly. It might just be that they're these fastenings in the corner, because they've got like a metal piece that they screw into. Maybe that just needs pushing forward into the chassis a little bit more. But yeah, you can see the little glass encapsulated transistors. Very, very nicely laid out, and a nice little set for someone to cut their teeth on, really, if they're looking to restore an old radio. It's probably one of the ones I would recommend having a look at. This, and probably something like the Roberts Rambler if you want something a bit more modern. These are very plentiful. You can pick them up fairly cheap. I think Wayne paid. Did he pay £5 for one, or 50p? I can't remember now. But you restuffed your caps. Welcome back again, MacVision. So yeah, very nice radios. So this one's working. I don't think we're going to worry about this one today, because I think the other ones may, well, we'll see. I'm thinking maybe the other ones have got some. You notice that they've used the same back panel as well. Can you remember the MB60 we just looked at, and they had these funny little things for where the valves go? And this was the one that was drilled out. So it might be that I can find another back panel, because they've even got the knockout for the 2-pin mains plug. Look. So it looks like they kept the same moulding for all the radios. Interesting stuff. I don't know if our friends from Oz are still with us, or they've all hit the sack by now. 2 o'clock normally. Normally David pops in for half an hour and then shoots off because it's so late. It must be knocking on midnight over there now, I suspect. So that's the TR82C early version with the chrome lettering and the OC series transistors. Let's shuffle again. So let's pull this one in. Now this one's a little bit dusty, so we'll give it a bit of a dust off, because I like to dust everything that I touch. Let's just give that a bit of a dust. It's been in my little storage room, aka the second bedroom. Yeah, it's looking a bit dusty, this one. But I bought this one off of eBay. And I went through a phase. I've actually bought another radio off of eBay, which I'll show you in a week or so when it arrives. Nothing too fantastic, nothing you haven't seen before, but in fact I showed one fairly recently, so I won't give anything away. I'll show that one when it arrives, assuming it arrives in one piece. Right, so this is the one with the Luxembourg button on the top. 208. Now I'm going to have to try and colour these buttons back in again. They are slightly embossed. If I get you in close, I might be able to show you that actually. So can you just about make out the embossing on the buttons? The colour has gone a long time ago. If I can get it in the light right, it'll probably show up a bit now. You can just about make it out, can't you? That's a bit better. There you go. So you can see you've got the 208 button, long wave and medium wave. They just need recolouring in back really. But as these were later sets, I'm thinking that this might have the AF117s in it. So let's have a look at the dial, see if the dial has changed. No, we've still got all the same channels on the dial by the looks of it, so it doesn't look like they've changed the dial on that one at all. In fact, I don't think the dial has changed on any of them. Whether the later ones had a different dial, I don't know. This is the... Oh, I've got two others up in the loft, so I will try and dig them out at some stage for a look. But the dial looks pretty good. David's heading off. Cheers, David. You'll have to look out for one of these, mate. I don't know if you get them over there. You probably would be able to get one over or down there, because they were very, very common radio. So thanks for dropping in, David, and we look forward very much to seeing your video on the Hacker Mayflower 2 next Friday morning. Really looking forward to that. So thanks for dropping in, mate. $11.15. The later Bush with FM, yeah, ignore the later ones with FM. Well, the VTR 103 is the one you want. Stay clear of the Chinese ones, which I think are TR82/97. So you can see this has got the plastic lettering and the crow's all worn off. So we can paint that back on with the lovely pen that Sean let me have. So let's have a look. So do you think we've got some nasties in the back here? Let's have a look. Oh yes. Yeah, all right. So yes, we have got the dreaded AF117s in this one. So I spotted this one, I thought, oh yeah, we haven't. But of course that's the pre-driver for the output stage, I think. This is the IF ones here. Can you see this one? This naughty little thing here. But also, now I may have done this myself, because I have worked on one of these in a stream a long time ago. Once upon a time. You can see that the shield wire is it's been lopped off of that one. But this is indeed an AF117. Let's get you in a bit closer. Got a pair of them there. Nice. Tidy. Bit of Welsh accent for you. Yeah, you know me and my accents. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, we got two, and they've both got the shield wire cut off. Look, shield wire's dead easy to take off on these. You got to see a big tab up there. Look, turn it around a bit. We can see there's a big tab on there. Just a case of pulling it off. So I may have done that myself. I don't know. So this one might work. And there's another one there. That's the first IF. Or that might be the mixer oscillator. First and second IF, I think. So chassis on this one is an A. .458, and that's the serial number below it. 13833, I believe. Is that the same as the one underneath? No, it's not. Okay. Well, the serial number underneath is different than that. So I was obviously wrong. That's not the serial. It's 9396, this one. So can we date it from the caps again? So these, let me get my beer out of the way, I don't want to knock that over. Yes. Yes, we can. I don't know if you can see that. April 64. So 1964. I was November 64, so this is actually a few months older than me. Well, 7 months actually. I'm a proper Mike Yarwood. What's that, Ben? Proper Mike Yarwood. Yeah, April 64. So you can see the ferrite rod shoved in behind there. Oh, Mike Yarwood, what for my impersonations, I think you mean, Ben, don't you? I'm with you now. You know, I'm a bit slow on the uptake, you know me. So I think Mike said he's restuffed these. Have you restuffed these then, Mike? Have you as well? Because you've got this, you got these plessies up the top here. These are notoriously bad. These red and black ones. These are really bad, but you can restuff these quite easily. And I have recreated the labels for these because when you restuff them, you've got to pull the label off, and very often the colouring comes off as well. I don't know what I've done with the files for those, so don't go asking me for those quite yet, but if I can find them, I'll make them available for you. So we've got quite a bit of debris on the tuning cap there, so we'll give that a little bit of a blow off. A little bit of a brush. Yeah, there's a lot of muck on that. Right, what do you think then? Is this going to work or not? So it's a PP9 in these, 9-volt battery, or you can make up an adapter for it. Entirely up to you. Classic old retro looking radio though, isn't it? So let's hook it up to the power supply. And let's have some votes on whether this is going to work or not. What do you think? Yay or nay? Rob says it'll work. The plessies were easy. The other ones were a lot harder to do. I bet they were, Mike. So you did stuff these as well. That must have been fun. Right, actually, let's just disconnect one of those first and see what voltage we got here. And we got 9 volts anyway. Let's put current limit on it. Okay, alrighty. Let's see. Will he or won't he? Work poorly, you expect. Drill them out and stuff them. That's some good gear there. And this is me. Mike Carwood, he was the impersonator, wasn't he? Multi, how you doing? It will work until I touch the AF117s. 6 or 8 microfarad. That's a nice drop. I would definitely get that again. So thank you very much, Mrs. Cruncher, for picking that up for me. Here we go then. Fire in the hole. It is time. So let's stick it on. I can't see which is which. I think medium wave's the middle one. Medium wave's the middle one. Okay. I hope she works. Oh, well, she did. She did work, but she's just died. Wow, that was short-lived, wasn't it? Which one do you think it is then? Is it the mixer oscillator? Is it the first or the second IF? Let's have a game of tappy tap tap. Oscillator. No. First. No. Second. It was the second IF. Back in business.
Right doesn't work as front left of this track being a clockwise circuit. Doesn't look too bad.
I can't listen to that because it's the Grand Prix.
It is.
I would say that's not as sensitive as the other one. What? How have they got through then? They must have subscribed to me. Dear, oh dear. It's a second IF. Thanks, Sean. Sean got him. It's receiving not too bad actually. Let's just get my ATU and long wire over. Let's see if we can stick some Radio Wales. Wales. Stop it, Graham. Stop it. Stop while you're ahead. Radio Wales. Sorry about that, Derek, if you're listening, and Clive. Just touched the ground to it and it's decided it's going to stop again. More tappy tap. Is it that one again? Yeah. That's just grounding it is stopping it, look. Yeah, so we've definitely got
they certainly mirror each other.
Right, so it looks like I've got to connect the ground, tap it. No, what we're going to use to connect that. Stops it again.
Whereas most nature, when they find a partner, they get down to business straight away and start producing offspring. Will wait months, if not years, before they begin mating. So they do spend time actually getting to know each other and enjoying one another's company before they start mating.
It's just so delightful, isn't it? It's delightful. I suppose they think this is their life, so there's no rush. Let's get to know each other. Let's maybe go out and have dinner and chat before we do the do, and then bring Cygnets into it.
On the way here, and if it's not performing as well as expected, then that's probably pushing them more and more towards the two-stop.
Take the lead. Drive electric. Search Kia Niro. Kia. Movement that inspires.
So it's working a lot better with an external aerial, of course. Luigi, how you doing, mate?
Accounts have never been better. Get up to 10% off every order, even on top bathroom brands. Sign up online today at victorianplumbing.co.uk for a free trade account and for your chance to win a £100 high street voucher. Victorian Plumbing.
The night slide just mentioned, there's a bit of cake bush there before and bottle all over again.
It's actually
nutmeg.
it's picking up very well with an external aerial.
Come in.
suppose, say halfway through. Looking at the camera and giving this.
Over these front of the midfield runners.
Okay, long wave. Nothing on long wave.
Okay, just. There's a few more crowd who are after making their way in because the Kerry team are being saluted now on the pitch, and they'll enjoy this one, and I'm sure.
Oh, this is Ireland. Whoa, that's good. Ireland.
There's a fella down there who is the same age as me, I'd say, and I'm feeling very, very...
We're not getting Radio 4 though, which is unusual. Why are we not getting Radio 4? Could be the light. No. Let's try it without the aerial. Okay, so without the aerial, it's decided to die again. So let's give. Oh. Oh.
Slither of rain, basically hitting this spot through nowhere else, which is a little unfortunate, James.
That's unusual. It's working without the external aerial, so I've whacked it again.
Yeah, I think that it's not heavy, they're not rushing off the field, the ground stuff not rushing over the colours, but I think just the umpires can see what's coming. I think they just thought it's in for a little while, so they're just trying to get the pitch wrapped up first, and then, yeah, hopefully it won't be too long a break. You could see out towards the left-hand side, towards the city centre, it just starting to fill in a little bit, and
you can hear Ireland's there, but
It doesn't materialise.
so there you are. Issues with AF117s, but they have been cut off, so that one was cheating a little bit, wasn't it? Let's pop the back on this one, and we'll try the last one, and then we'll take one apart. We've got to think about which one to take apart. It won't be the valve one today, so it'll be one of these three. But the one with the glass transistors in, the OC series one, seems to be working okay. Then maybe a little bit deaf, which could be capacitors. Could need a tune-up. No BBC Radio Devon or Cornwall or anything BBC related on medium wave anymore. You can get BBC Radio Wales on it, and you can get BBC Radio Somerset, I think, still, Jess. So here's the last one, and the grubbiest one of them all. This is the dirty child of them all. This is another one with the Luxembourg button on it. So what do we think to this one then? Let me just drink the rest of my... well, I've actually drunk it. But I did say that I wasn't going to have the finger in me today, but it looks like Mrs. Cruncher may have hooked us up. So, looks like, once again, we are going to have the finger. But, she knows I love the bishop's finger. It just really doesn't sound good, does it? Oh, Mrs. Cruncher's back now. Right, quick skip to the loo. Skip to the loo, and I'll be back. Right, ready for the finger. Let's get the bishop's finger in me. Nutter. What's the matter with you, Graham? Right. You're liking this one, Sean, aren't you? I can tell it. This might have to come your way. You might have to get this one. This one might be going Sean's way. We'll see. We'll see. So let's pop the top off the finger. The web SDR is still playing Radio 4198. I tell you what is very interesting, and I will have to do a live stream on this at some stage, and that is a medium wave at night time. Once sort of all the electrical noise is gone, sun goes down, you'll be surprised how many stations you can still hear on medium wave. There's absolutely dozens of them on there. And it's quite interesting to try and identify them. Now, I'm in the process of putting up a very big outdoor aerial. It's mainly for HF, like amateur radio use, but I'm wondering whether it will tune up on the very lower parts of the bands. I'm not sure yet. Seems lovely. It is nice. I think of the two, this is probably the better one, Sean. Although it's dirtier, it's still got the markings. You can still see the markings on it on the dial. A solid wee, Sean. If I have a solid wee, I've got problems. Have you tried Shepherd Neame, Whitstable Bay? No, I haven't. No. Solid. It's a solid. So cheers, everybody. In goes the finger. I'm sure it won't hurt at all. Nice drop, that. Nice drop. Okay, so yeah. This is grubby. It looks dirty. It is dirty. It's a dirty one. Just how Sean likes them. Dirty radios, that is. So serial number on this one, this is 6152. Again, it's a TR82 CL 6152. What was that other one? 9396. So this is a later one. This is an earlier one. But I don't know if you can see, but the lettering's on these is still there. It's grubby. It's dirty. Dial's exactly the same. It needs a wipe off. It needs a wipe off. But it needs a damn good clean, basically. It needs completely stripping, this one. So this is definitely a job for the man cave. Who thinks we should send this one to Sean then? Who thinks we should send this one to Sean? Must have been a curry. Wasn't an Earther kit, Sean, I can tell you that. Right, let's have a look in the back of this one then. Let's see what we got. Now, I know that Sean hasn't had a lot of success zapping transistors, Sean, is that right? You've not had a great success at zapping. Oh yes, it's actually really clean inside this one. Probably better than the other one inside. He deserves it. He's been that bad, Mike, has he? He's been so naughty, he deserves this. Right, okay, so once again we've got the usual suspects, look. We've got our 3 AF117s, but this time they haven't been touched. So all the screen leads are still connected. Yeah, they're all still connected. Let's have a look at the caps in here. Actually, this says May 1964. What was the other one? Can you remember? It was April, wasn't it? I think. Was it April? Can anybody remember what the year on the other one was? Because this is an earlier radio. Maybe, I don't know. May. Was it June, July, the other one? It would give us a really good indication of how many they manufactured, wouldn't it? Between dates, really. Dave, how you doing, mate? And happy birthday as well the other day. I did mean to put a message on Facebook, mate, but I totally forgot. I think it was yesterday. Well, it's a happy birthday, David. Dave Rhodes. More whiskers than Captain Birdseye. Are you the whisker beater, Sean? I do zap in a pro manner. Other one was 7 months before I was born, so May, June, July. It was. So this was 6 months. So it's a earlier serial number, but later capacitors. How is that possible then? Strange. Blag it. Oh dear. Right. Well. Hello. We've got a bit of a wibbly wobbly going on here. Woohoo! What is going on there then? We've definitely got a bit of a wibbly wobbly tuning cap there. So we've got some knackered grommets for Sean to look at. It's getting worse, Sean, by the minute. But no, it's a good honest radio this. It's not been messed with at all, which is always good. It looks like it's got a decent speaker. Ferrite's not broken. Case is in good condition. Nothing broken there. These are very difficult to post because what happens is they get chucked about in the post and these corners, if I can hold it up there, up here, this tends to get broken in the post, so you really got to pack these to high heaven to get them through the postal system. And again, you can see there, see this, that is just a little plastic lug molded into the side of the case. Exactly the same on the other side, and you've got these as well, plastic, they break here. And if you remember, I did a video quite some time ago now where one got absolutely smashed to pieces by the courier. And that was partly down to the guy that packed it, not packing it properly, but they don't travel well, these. So you really, if you want one of these, you need to make sure that your eBay seller is going to pack it to high heaven. And it doesn't just need packing on the outside, you need to put something inside to stop the chassis moving around. Because if this moves about, it's just going to get smashed to pieces. Because it is quite heavy. The chassis is quite heavy on these. But this one, luckily, is okay. We know the date on it. So, do you think it's going to work? Do you think this one's going to work? You had to fix one of yours, Mike, did you? Grommets don't earth. Grommets don't earth. I don't know what you mean there, Sean. Send it to him. I think he needs it, doesn't he? Right. Is it going to work then? Let's have some guesses now. Will she or won't she? Will she or won't she? Assuming it's a female, what should we call this radio? Because Sean likes to name his radios. He's a bit like Mr. Racing Demon. He likes a good named radio. What should we call this one? Mabel. Is it an Mabel, do you think? She will do or won't Mavis. Nope. 117 problems. Mavis. We've had a Mavis, haven't we? Didn't we have a Mavis, Sean? Lulu. Loopy Lou. Wow. It's going to be a miracle if it does. I would say it probably isn't without a good old whacking, but sometimes these AF117s, depending where they've been made, and these do look like the Mullard ones from England, which tend to be the worst. There's a couple that look pretty good. This one looks a bit ropey, bit of corrosion on the can, but it is a good honest radio with a wobbly cap. It's a wobbler. Sorry, I can't stop touching the cap on it. Mabel is brilliant as a name. You like Mabel, do you? Are you able? Call her Radio. Radio. You think it's going to work, Derek? Wow, I'm glad to hear you're so confident. Where are we on the volume? Don't be at full whack because it make me jump off the chair. Mike, top tip, don't back horses unless you're me. You need to give us tips, Mike. We need a tip for the week. Top tipster. Okay, time. Fire in the hole. It will work. Sandra says call it Beryl. Beryl Bush or Beryl's Bush? Beryl Bush. It doesn't need to be a female. It could be a male. It could be Bertie, couldn't it? It could be Bertie's Bush. It will work. Right, okay, here we go then. Ready? Ready? Whoa! It is working. I can't believe it. don't believe it!
It's a little bit the attitude they have to hold, I think. I wouldn't do that, personally. Yeah, I don't think so.
It's actually a much more sensitive than... Oh, hang on. Did I hear a crash then? Did I? That volume pot is the scratchiest one on. Sounds like a tuning cap's shorting out just there. What have we got? Plastic. Let's get that one. Yeah, tuning caps. That might just be dust on it, mind you. No, it could be. Yeah, tuning cap needs a good clean, but she's died again. So these. Yeah, tuning cap's going to need a really good clean on this one.
Russell,
Let's try long wave.
It's raining very, very drizzly here. Only very overcast.
This is a better radio.
A 20 over game for a 20 over innings for England. They would be chasing something in the vicinity of 178. So
this is a lot better reception than the other radio for sure.
Those of you looking for entertainment, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a nice chat here, Ellie and myself. Now, we wanted to draw your attention to something quite musical, actually. But yeah, we bring some culture to the TN.
Sean's saying, what does it smell like? It smells like old radio, Sean. A musty old radio, mate. How do you repair the wobble? It's got grommets in it, SciMap. It's certainly working very well. It needs a bit of TLC.
The Wormsley estate of the Wormsley cricket ground, which is one of the most.
We try the transistors.
In this country, I would say, such this opera festival taking place there called the Garsington Opera Festival.
So that one's got whiskers. If I tap it, it's stopping.
The festival's going to be staging the
That one's okay.
about cricket at that particular festival. It's called Dahlia. It's a new community opera by composer Roxana Panofnik and the librettist.
Yeah, so the second IF is dodgy. That needs zapping.
Somebody from Syria who comes over.
Little gem under £1.
Well.
Brenda. Could call it Brenda, Mike.
Was first asked about.
So that is actually receiving, reception-wise, that is far superior to the other one. That other one needs an alignment, I would say, plus the transistors doing. This one needs the transistors zapping, or as a minimum the shield wire removing. But reception on this is far better. So Sean, if you have this one, it needs new grommets, which I can let you have. needs the transistors zapping, which you can do if you're proficient in that. I'm sure you can. If not, I can zap some and send them to you. It needs these caps restuffing or replacing. Although they do sound all right, but you've got to be careful because, you know, you could cause damage to some of these transistors if you don't do it. It's just a case of measuring them. If you're happy to keep them in, then just keep them in. If you want to keep it authentic, and when it fails, replace them. So, you know, you need a bit of a switch cleaner in the volume pot. You need to clean this tuning cap. Then the grommets might sort it. To clean it, you have got to take, or to get the chassis out of one of these, you've got to take this off. And this is very scary, taking this off, because it's quite fragile plastic. You can see in this one, you've got a metal. Let's zoom you in a bit. Let's turn the light back on actually now. See, we're not. So you can see from this one, you've got a plastic. If it's going to focus, you can focus. Yeah. So you've got a plastic inner with a metal shroud around it. So you've got to be really careful. This is really, really tight. There's all sorts of ways of getting them off. My preferred method is to use the chassis to lever it off. So basically you remove all the screws from the chassis and you pull the chassis away from this, and that gives you even pressure all the way around here, and it will come off if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, it'll snap. But I think we ought to send that one on to Sean. I mean, I bought this quite some time ago. This is not something I've spent a fortune on recently. I don't know what I paid for it. I did pay a little bit of a premium because it had the Luxembourg on it, but I think we ought to send that one off to Sean to have a play with, because he needs to get himself back into the groove. He needs to get himself back into the groove, I think. Even if he just uses the dining table, Sean, for now. So this is Sean's radio. Sean's, the Man Cave Workshop. It's his comeback special. Comeback special, Sean. It's Sean's comeback special. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this apart. So I'm going to put these other two to one side. God, I'll tell you, that valve one does weigh a fair whack. I'm going to put these to one side. I can't get out my room now without falling over a radio. And we're going to pull this one apart. We're going to pull it apart. So we know this one has got transistor issues. That second transistor needs zapping. In fact, all three of them need zapping. Pointless just doing one. Right, so to get it out of the chassis, we've got 4 screws from memory. We've got 2 here, those 2, and those 2. See, the idea is to undo those, and then I'm going to lever the chassis to get this here off. Now there is another way of doing it. Let's get a duster, shall we? Courtesy of Mr. Racing Demon. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can squeeze a rag behind these. If you've got enough movement. Well, this one's quite tight. Yeah, that was quite tight. Might be able to get a J-cloth behind it. Just let me see if I've got one. Handy, I've got a J-cloth handy. Yes, I have. So this is a little bit thinner than that duster. No, we might be able to get it in behind. Yeah, just. So this is a trick we used to use back in the days when I was a gas engineer. I don't know if we can get this fed through. Yeah, there we can. We want it this side of that pointer, really. But it might come off. I mean, the pointer will come off with it. So the idea is that you feed this all the way around. Now, I think in the service manual they say you should use a rubber, like, plunger. What do you call them things that you clean the sink out with? I don't know if this is going to work or not, really, because it's struggling to go in there. Let's gather it up. I'm making a pig's ear of this, but so you get the gist. I'm feeding this this J-cloth in behind, or J-cloth, other brands are available, in behind the dial till it goes all the way around. You want it all the way around to give you a bit more leverage, and I want it to go underneath that one there, really. There we go. Okay. So I'm about 2/3 of the way around. I want to be all the way around, really. There we go. Can you see I'm nearly all the way around? Keep going. If you can overlap it all the better. So now I've got, if I grab this, bunch it all up and pull it, I should have enough leverage to pull it off. Here it goes. I can't remember if these are keyed now. Some of these you've got to sort of fully mesh them or fully unmesh them to do it, because they're like a double thing, but I don't think these are. I don't think this is going to work because I haven't really got it long enough on one side. Ideally you want it, maybe it is. So I haven't really got it long enough on this side. That's a bit better. So if I twist it around and around and around, give me a good grip on it. Yes! There you go. Let's bend that a little bit, but that'll bend back. So you have got to take that off to get the chassis out. I didn't realise I wasn't on camera there. You've got to get it off. You're in the Peak District, so let's just catch up. So Dave says, thanks for the birthday greetings. He was in the Peak District, very nice. Were you out walking there, Dave? Rain, shadow, 12 PC Asian Scotch barrels. Oh, you picked up a Buxton Brewery Rain Shadow. 12%. Oh, that sounds very nice. You're well, yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, Sean's getting this. Yeah, be good to see you, Sean. So that's how, one of the ways to get it off. The other way that Bush say is to get a plunger. The problem is you won't really get a plunger that's that big, because they're usually much bigger than that. You can use a bit of string and get a bit of string around the back of it and pull it forward. I personally like the cloth method. And really a nice strong cotton cloth would be better, an old bed sheet, something like that, to pull it off. And just remember, when you put it back on, to just put a little bit of silicone grease in there, just to make it easier in the future. Mrs. Radiocruncher! There she is! The boss! The boss is in the house! So these are rather nice, these dials. They're not just a dial. They've got these felt pads on the inside. How's the doggies, Mrs. Radiocruncher? You've been down and sorted it? So can you see there's felt pads? So this is not the one that Sean's getting. I'm just really gonna give him a bit of a demo on how to pull the thing apart. I don't know if you've had one of these before or not, Sean, have you? You've had the wonky one. The wonky. So let's just fully mesh the capacitor. So that's twisted around anyway by the looks of it when I've pulled it. So this has got to come off. Just wiggly wiggly. Slowly, slowly. We need repainting. Off comes the pointer, and that is the hardest part done. Thank you very much, Mike, and yes, we will have to send Sean Elsie as well, won't we? We did Elsie last week, wasn't it? Elsie had a poorly transistor. So that's the hardest part. Once you've got that dial off, you're in business. So now we can undo these screws. It looks like are they posi drive? What do you know? They're posi drive. So let's put that safely down. Using my omega-3 fish oil tablet box. What's Mrs. Radiocruncher up to then? Popped in for a mo to see he's being a good boy. I'm never a good boy. Oh, Derek, yeah, good call, Derek. Derek uses the cloth method but cuts a slit in the cloth. It makes it easier to get more material on all sides. That's the key, is getting the material all the way around it. Then if you can bunch up into a handle and use it to pull it, it does work really well. Yeah, you're always welcome here, Sean, you know that. So, if you want to get in your car and head on down, I can fill up your car, mate. Got plenty here for you. I've got some test equipment. I've got some soldering gear. Lots of stuff lined up for you, mate. So now that's undone. Out she comes. Look at that. How easy is that? It looks like we've got one clip loose, and someone has done a bit of a glue up job there by the looks of it. Yeah, so we've got a bit of a glue up job going on there. So someone's done a repair on that one. But it does look like they've done a pretty good job. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to, I might have to redo that. I don't think they've quite done it. Yeah, I need to redo that, I think. Yeah, they nearly did it, but they just made those bits there too big. So I need to just chop that and sort it out. Sean, thank you very much, mate. Well, there we are, look. That is the chassis out. So you were scared to do it, then that's how you do it. I suspect the price of TR82s is going to go up overnight on eBay now. It always does whenever I touch anything, doesn't it? There you go. It's all good fun. I'm going to have some more finger. Get some more finger in me. Ralph saying you own two Beautiful hackers now had never heard of hacker radios till you watch me repairing one. Awesome sound. They are really good. Bring a lorry, Sean. No, you can't, Mrs. Cruncher. Don't bring a van, Sean, for Christ's sake. She'll fill it up. There's no competition, Mike, is there really? It's a myth that Roberts could even try and sound good. But to be fair, the R707 does come close. The R707 does come close. That's probably the best of the Roberts radios, but what a nightmare to work on. Okay, so we mentioned the grommets earlier. I think it was SIMAP was talking about the grommets. So if we zoom in now. There's the tuning cap, and these are the grommets. Now these are still got quite a nice bit of bounce on them, although it does look like no, that one's had it. That one's gone. Yeah, that one's gone. This one's okay, and this one's okay by the looks of it. But that's gone rock hard, that one there at the back. So what happens is these perish, and then the tuning cap is suspended on those. So you can see that that one's got a lot of movement in it. The other two are okay. So that needs a new grommet. And one of the good things about this radio is there's no dial cord to worry about. It's direct drive. You know, literally your tuning knob is on there and it's tuning it directly. There's no dial cord to worry about at all. So it's pretty easy to do the grommets on these. Show you the grommets. Thank you, Ben. Don't do it, Sean. Don't do it. You got to look after me, Sean. You're supposed to be my wingman. Oh dear. So I'm just taking off the screws. They've got a brass center in these. Interesting, but they are actually all perished by the looks of it. Yeah, looks like got a brass bush in between them, but yeah, that one's broken apart. Look, see that? That's had it, that one. Let's hope now that I've got a grommet that'll fit, isn't it? So I've just pulled it apart. So we've got a little brass ring in the middle. How we do for time? That's only 3:15. That's good. We got time. We got time to have a good old play about with this one. Oh, hello. Where did that go? There. And the last one. Yeah, that's the only grommet that's any good is that last one. That one's had it. That one's pretty much had it. That one's okay still. The problem is you do need to change all three, because what you'll find is you've got one old grommet and all the rest are new, and it just won't be right. So let's prop it up using one of these chocks that Sean gave me. So we can do the grommets. So that one's actually stuck to the tuning cap. And these actually do look quite big. I'm hoping...
Stream Elements says, Humphreys just tipped £5.
Thank you, Ben. We're not using this text-to-speech much today, I must admit. Yeah, so that's the only surviving grommets. It does give me a bit of a clue as to what to replace it with. So let's get the grommet stash out. Nothing better than German technology. Mrs. Cruncher's on the German wine. You tried an offer on one, just got knocked back. I'm tight though. Yeah, you can pick them up fairly reasonable, SciMap. Yeah, what are you doing with that TR? You need to cut your fingernails. Dirt. Infection in the post. My fingernails are alright. I don't bite them, Sean. I'm not a biter. I'm not a biter. I'm not a biter. I'm a cutter. Nice drop of finger. So yeah, we need to try and match the size of the grommet. Will he come into shot? So the key on this is the center hole, because we've got to put that brass thing back in. So let's have a think about the grommet situation. I've got some here. Oh, there you go. That's Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish. She's seen it now. Damn. She's seen it now. She's seen it drop. I haven't got it, honestly. I haven't got it. She's been after that for months, I bet. Somewhere here I've got the correct grommets. Well, I say that, there's quite a few different types of grommets for these. Well, not for these, for radios in general. And as per usual, I can't find any. They're way too big. I normally keep them all together, actually. Ah, we've got some there. Are they? No, they're too small. Somewhere I've got another bag. Is that one back there? Ah, here we go. There we are. Ah, that looks more like it. Whew, dear. I think these are the ones. Right. I haven't actually opened these, so I've never used them before, but these are from Farnell by the looks of it. And if you want the part number is 1189028, I think. So let's have a look, see if these fit first, before we definitely say that they're the correct ones. Let's just open that up. Cross-dress. What? He's gone. He's gone. Right, so let's see if they fit in. Yes, they do. Look at that. They fit. So that is the ones. It's not the ones that I use for the Roberts R200s and that. RIC ones. RT ones, sorry, not RIC ones. So these are slightly different. I knew I'd need them one day, see? I mean, they're not the same size. This is the only thing. They might drop through the hole, but I think we'll be lucky. We might be lucky. If you're feeling lucky, then hide Mrs. Cruncher's nail varnish away. She doesn't know that I use it. Hard as nails with nylon, look. Don't tell her. Shh. She hasn't seen it. She hasn't seen it. We're okay. We're okay. She hasn't seen it. So let's put our little brass bits in. The brass inserts. So we need to I forgot which ones it was now. It was those, wasn't it? We need to pull some of these out, give the man cave as well, Mr. Man Cave himself. So we give him a few of those in case he breaks them. Stick them in a little baggie while I think of it, because you don't want to go buying 100 when you just need 3. Let's put those in a little bag. So Sean's pretty much got nothing. All his components, capacitors, resistors, all gone. So if anybody's got that sort of stuff, I'll put a pack of bits and pieces together for Sean. We'll hook him up, or we come and get him, one of the two. Right. Let's finish doing this. Just hoping these will be okay. They fit that way. It's insulating it from the ground, which is what you need. Now our screws. I feel a bit like Ed China putting new suspension on my bushlet. Well, that's not going to work, is it? A Phillips screwdriver, really? It's 1. 2. 3. Right. Okay, well these do seem a little bit slack. Now why is that? Is that because the screws aren't going in far enough? I think it is. Okay, so these grommets aren't quite as big as the old ones. So what do? We can't put a metal washer in there because that's going to mess it up. But look, that's too slack. So we're going to have to take a bit off the screws. Yeah, the screws are just that little bit too big. So the old washers were a lot taller, grommets even. I don't think I've got anything else. Let's have a quick look. I've got a grommet box here somewhere. There we go. I wonder if we've got anything a little bit taller. Okay, they might be better. these might be better. In which case Sean is out of luck because I've only got 4 of these. 732s by 5/16 apparently. Okay, yeah, because either I've got to cut a bit off the screw, which I don't really want to do, or I've got to change it. Let's see if these are any different. Problem is, Sean ain't got nothing like this now. I mean, this is a Duratool grommet assortment that I got from CPC, I believe. And the one that we want is potentially this one here, which I've got 1 left now, which is this one. 732s by 5/16. Potentially, I don't know yet because we haven't fitted it yet, but I think that's going to be the case. I can't get these blimmin' things out again now, can I? Gotta get these brass bits back out. You can slice them. Nylon washer. It's the brass tubes that's too long. I see you. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Good call that, Derek. But I'm going to try these other ones. If that doesn't work, I can always make the brass sleeves shorter. You've got to be careful with the screw size though, because if they go too long, they can short the cap out inside. So let's just take these back out. David Fee, how are you doing, mate? Simon did a video on 10 amp croc leads from China a few days ago. 10 amp croc leads? Let's see if these go in then. Now, these are definitely a tight fit. They do go in. That's definitely taller. Simon's about. Simon, I haven't seen him. He disappeared off our chat group, but if anyone's got Facebook and they want to join in the messenger group, just let me know and I'll add you in. Just cutting off, I haven't opened the grommet out properly. Just cut that off with a scalpel. Let's try again. That looks better. That's betterer. Let's try that. Gotta have a lot of grommets. I think we're in business. I think we're in business. Yes. Yes, I think we're there. Wouldn't they have been taller and the tube is to keep it central? I don't know, Anthony, but these are certainly Yeah, look at that. That's much better. So still got a little bit of damping, but that's brilliant. So that is the size that you need for these. It's 100% that one there. 732s by 5/16. So I must have used these before because I've literally got one left. And if you want the part number for the Duratool, it is D0, or is it D0? Yeah, D01889. Duratool. So let's see if I can find that in a minute. D01889. For now, Amazon, there we go. Oh, unavailable, great. Unavailable on Amazon. For now, look on. And they're in stock. There you go. £7.52 including VAT for a whole box of them. So let's pop that link in there. So we want 5. I wonder if I can get some, just a specific one. So let's try that. So let's put another tab up. 732. This might not work, but we'll try it. Is there an inch thing there? No, there isn't on my keyboard. Oh yes, there is. 732 inch by 5/16. 5/16 grommet. Is that how you spell grommet? Yeah. 2 M's, 1 T. There we go, we've got some on Amazon by the looks of it. Currently unavailable, typical. Pro Power for now, we don't want to be paying £22.51 though. PVC, that looks like them. DigiKey. Thing is, you've got to make sure that the center hole is okay, haven't you? DigiKey are okay. I've got an account with DigiKey. 82,000 in stock, look. How many are they then? Is that just for a single one? Bulk. I don't know if that's just for one or... Oh, it's a pack of 100. That's 100, is it? For 17p? Can't be, can it? I don't know. I don't know. I have got an account with them, but you know. That's certainly done it anyway. Afternoon, Nick. Doug! Welcome, Doug. Right, it's time for me to go and get rid of another pint of beer. I'm going to go and get rid of the finger now. It's going in the pan. I'll be back. Just a quick comfort break. Right, back in the room. Well, not quite yet, but on my way back. On my way back. A stereo encoder. Very, very nice. Very nice. So there you go. That's a good job. I'm happy with that. Just going to need to get myself some more of those anyway. So these ones here are too small. You do need the bigger ones. Okay. Well, at least you know. So ignore the previous little link that I put in there, because these, although they fit, you'd need to trim back the brass spacers in order to make them fit. And then you may have the problem with the screws shorting out the tuning cap. Right, okay. That's that done. There's the debris from the old grommets. As I say, there was only one that was any good, and that was that one there. That one is still sort of usable, but not great. Okay, we've got a cap here. This is one of these horrendous Plessis. This is 100 microfarads at, I don't know, it looks like 12, maybe 12 volts working voltage. So do you think this is going to be any good? I don't think so. Let's see if we can lift it and test it. It might be okay. If it's okay, shall we leave it? There's not many caps on this side of the board. We have got some hunts here, but really with the battery set, you're not going to need to worry too much about those as long as they're not broken apart. Let's just get the old goggles on and just give that a quick check. Make sure there's no cracks in them, and yeah, sure enough, that one's cracked. God, dear, dear. So it's I think it's 0.01, but yeah, look, it's breaking apart as I'm touching it. Look. I just moved that to see what value it was, and it's fallen apart. I think that's 0.01, so we need to have a look at the circuit for that, but that's going to need to be changed. What's that one looking like? 0.02. That's an awkward size. If I don't touch them, they might be okay. I think that's 0.01, but we need to get the circuit out. We need to dig into the circuit diagram again. Okay, so where are we? That's the speaker side, and we are... So I'm just on this diagram. Get off. Let's go in a bit closer. Just trying to see if I can get some bearings here. So it's that way around. And it's the one right at the top, so it's this one here, C3. It's that one there. So what does it say about C3? Let's go back. Well, according to that, it's 0.04. Looks like 0.01 to me, but it definitely says 0.04. So C20 is 0.01, C24. Definitely that one. There's no other cap in that area. Schematic then, let's have a quick look at that. C3.04. Okay. That's feeding the base of TR1, which is the mixer oscillator. It might be the first IF as well. It's definitely the oscillator. Hmm, 0.04. So we haven't got 0.04, we've got 0.047, I think. What do I need for that then? 0.039 would be closest. Oh no. Yeah, 039, 39 NF, 393. Or we've got to put a 47 NF, which is more likely. It's not going to be critical in this, I don't think. So that's what I've quite got. Let's have a look. 4.7 or 47 NF I need. 4.7, 4.7. I've got loads of 4.7s. 47, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 47 NF. I've got very little of these left. So try not to touch any more hunts in case they fall apart. But I've got to change that one because it has fallen apart. Is there, just there. I'm sure it says 0.01, but there you go. In one of your sets, the 8 microfarads open circuit, causing it not to work. Not surprised, Mike. Surprised this does work, but say we have got problems with the that'll fit in there nicely. We've got problems with the transistors, but let's see if we can get this one unwound. Look at that. Woo! Nice. Actually put together quite well, these sets. Point-to-point wiring, very nice. Derek, how you doing, mate? I always get confused with you and the other Derek. There's two Dereks, both from Wales. It confuses the hell out of me. So it looks like we're going to probably have to take all of this off to get this one off. We'll take both these components off. Yeah, okay. There she blows. One busted hunts. If you can see that, but got a big chunk off of it. It had a split in it, so worth checking. It will still work as a capacitor, but it's not great. Really, you ought to get them out. I'm going to check the other ones very carefully. Let's just do a bit of sucky suck on these. He keeps reattaching himself, that resistor. He absolutely loves that terminal. He loves it. He loves it. Now he don't want to go on it. He loves it that much, he don't want to go on it now. Right, let's get a bit of solder on there. Let's just get that resistor back on there. Is that one done? Make it nice and tight. Wendy. David, how are you? David Gregory Kerr. Well, these are Vishay 250 volt rated, but very good and now very expensive. They're not your usual Chinese yellow ones, but very nice. There we are, that's that one done. Let's have a look at these other hunts then a minute. So we've got another one lurking underneath this resistor here. So just pull that resistor up if I can. Have a look at that one. That one looks okay. 0.02. I'm still not convinced that was a 0.04. It looked like a 0.01 to me, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a 0.01, but you know, it says 0.04 in the schematic, so that's what we put in. Not going to make a massive amount of difference, to be fair. It's only decoupling. Right, where's the other hunts? We've got one there. Yeah, that one's cracked. He's cracked. Oh dear, yeah. Another one gone. And we're now up here. Can't quite see it. Let's get you in. Where's my finger? There we go. Yeah, I've got another one there. Look, that one's broken. I've just moved it. I mean, that's definitely a 0.01, so I think that other one was a 0.01 really. So this one's got to go as well. In fact, probably I ought to change all the hunts, but they're notoriously bad. Come on. Come on. Thank you. There's a big pile of rubbish there that everything's connected to. Will he come out, or am I going to just cut that lead off? These look like they're all wrapped in together here. Big splodge of them. Well, it might come out. He's come out, but I'm going to get another one back in there, so... Phew, stinks. Pah. Yeah, it is. It's not a bad little radio, so to be honest. If you want a nice little starter radio, then One of these will sort you out. Probably not. Well, it's point-to-point wiring, so it's almost like a transistor valve radio, if you know what I mean. Sounds a bit backwards there, but it's point-to-point wiring. There's no circuit board as such. There's a very strange cap there that I'm looking at. That's gonna be dodgy. Very unusual. Right. So that was a 0.1, wasn't it? Point 0.1 or 0.01? Oh, I didn't look now. Oh, it's just blown apart as well. 0.01. I mean, look at that state of that. It's just literally falling apart. What's he doing? You not got a clue what's going on? Yes, you have. 0.01 is 10 NF. Have I got any 10 NF? I've got 400 volt 10 NFs. What have we got over there? Yeah, my 200 volt ones are all long gone. So we're going to have a 400 volter in there. Oh, hang on, no, I've got 160 volt ones there. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Right, is there anything to get it through there? Just heat that massive muck up again and see if we can feed this one in. There's got to be a route through there somewhere because that other one just came through there. Come on. Excuse me if my hands are in the way at the moment, but I'm just trying to get some heat in this, really. There we go. We're in. We're in. So we need to be there, and we need to be over here. Let's get some of that old soda off. So wrap that one around. Just been a fuss ass and getting it about central, really. No need, but you know, that's how we roll. Got that side, let's get that soldered up quick before it decides to jump off again. Which it just has. Stay down there. Not going to stay there, is it? I got to put a load of solder on there and just... Oh, yeah, stayed on there. Okay. That's that one. Just put the other side. Lift him up so he's not touching him. Just hook that up and over. Just going to make sure I get all of this because it is a ground point, so you should just pop the iron up a bit hotter. There we go, now we're motoring. Sorted. Wayne, how you doing, mate? We're inside the radio that you're working on, Wayne. Okay, so that's that one done. What other hunts have we got? So we've got that one in there, 0.02. Should we do that one as well? Yeah, probably ought to. It's only going to come back and bite us in the ass, isn't it? It's the only one left on this side of the board, so really it's worth doing it. And that's this one down here that's hiding in underneath. .02. What's the closest? 0.022, which is 22 NF. Have we got a 22 NF? Let's not take it out if we haven't. Yes, we have. It's a poly, but end of the day, poly put the kettle on and all that. Is that the only 22 NF I got? 0.22 microfarads. 220 NF. Yes. So I'm going to stick a poly cap back in. I mean, you don't have to do these, to be fair. The radio was working, but if they fail, they're going to mess the audio up. That's pretty much all. Oh, wrong one. Where is it? Come here. I'm looking for the one with the longer legs on it. 22 NF. Little orange poly cap. It works, does it? Well done, mate. Well done, Wayne. You'll have to play this back and have a look and see what it is. Yeah, but you got the one with the glass OC series caps in it. But this, I'm on the other side of the board now, Wayne. This is the chassis out, and I'm looking at the capacitors inside it, and they're absolutely falling apart. So let's just take that one off, and that one. I wonder how bad it's wrapped into all this lot. Poor stinks. Ugh. Ugh. Right. That resistor's actually fizzing, so I think this has had this has been stored fairly damp, this one. So we did the grommets in the tuning cap just now, Wayne. Something to check on yours. Is the tuning cap got any movement? See the grommets here. I've just replaced these three because the old ones were just falling apart, all perished. And these Hunt's caps are just falling apart. I mean, there's bits of one here. Look, this is one of the Hunt's caps I just took out. Just breaking apart. They're pretty bad. What's that? If you don't kick yourself? A cardboard speaker. No, I'm not touching cardboard speaker. It wouldn't be the first time though, sure, would it really? So I'm using this soldering iron as a levering tool really, which you shouldn't do because you're going to knacker your tips up, but sometimes can be the only way. So this really is like a valve set. They've got it laid out like a valve set. And there she is. Good old Hunt's 0.02, 450 volts. That's not bad, is it, for a 9-volt set? But you just get the pliers, that'll probably just shatter that. They just get very brittle. You just give that a little squeeze. Yeah. Dust. It's dust. Okay, make sure that is a 22.022. We'll try and get this back through there somehow. There she is. So it's going around that. Twisty, twisty. Then that one's going on it. So, well.
Anthony G7BJO says, OC competitor.
OC competitor. OC competitor. Let's just get that one pulled in a bit, angle that one up.
Anthony G7BJO says, OC capacitor.
Oh, OC capacitor, right. Got you, Anthony. Let's make sure that's 100% soldered all the way down. So we do this side, some fresh solder. There we are. That's the Hunts from this side of the radio gone. But we're not finished yet on this side. The reason why you want to do as much as you can is because of the fact that you don't want to be taking that dial face off more than once if you can help it. So we've got some other potential problems. We've got a weird looking thing down here. I don't know if you can see this thing or not. Let's get the overhead camera in. Let's get a bit of overhead action going. We haven't had the overhead camera on today, so let's do it. Focus, please. Thank you. So although you can see the Plessy cap right in front of you, can you see that little white thing that says 8UF? I think that's the thing that Mike was referring to. Let's just focus that again. So yeah, we got this here that says 8UF. Now I've not seen anything like that before. So obviously it looks like it's an axial cap that's been used as a radial across these two terminals, so I bet that is absolutely knackered. Let's just lift one leg of it and stick it on the ESR meter. You need a goat. You said OC. Did I? Okay. I've got a goat issue actually. One of my goats as batteries have gone. He's not working very well, the goat, today. Happy with that now, Anthony? Right, so let's grab a leg off of this one and see what it's measuring. It's going to be down in deep, isn't it? Yeah, so it loves this resistor underneath it. They wrapped it with that resistor? No, surely. Come on, off. Get off. Okay, they wrapped it around the leg of the resistor. Alright. Okay. 8 microfarads. What do you think this is going to read then? Let's get the ESR meter out. 8 microfarads, capacitor bingo time. Come on down. What's she going to be? And what I'll do is, while you're having a guess of that, I'm going to lift a leg on that Plessy as well. The old yellow and red one down there. And we'll see. So 8 microfarads. What's she gonna be? Theo, how you looking? How you doing, mate? How you looking? How you doing? Jill didn't know goats had batteries. Yes. Well, one of my goats has spewed all these batteries out. I mean, I came up today to find a big pile of rust on my bench, and this goat has ejected his batteries. It was all rusted all on the bottom of it. So I've got to find some more of these, whatever they are. They are LR41s, they are. So I need another 3 LR41s. So I have a goat out of action. One of them's poorly. It's been veterinary. Veterinary said he got to have new batteries at Uppen. Okay, so we're turning into a 3-beer stream. I'm going to go with Fat Tony's last bottle. This was very kindly donated by Fat Tony, who sent some gin over as well for Mrs. Cruncher. This is Ubu from Purity Brewing Company, which is in Warwickshire. So, Tony, if you're still with us, mate, thank you very much. It does look a weird capacitor, doesn't it? Right, let's do it. How are we doing? 16.3. Lawrence Carthor, welcome. Let's hook him up then. Have you all placed your bets? It should be 8 microfarads in theory. but I don't think so. I very much don't think so. So while you have your final guess, I'm going to crack open the Pure Ubu. And it's going clean down my neck. And Mike, is this the one that you said was open circuit? What's that noise? 22, Ralph. ESR, Derek's going for the ESR. I reckon the ESR is going to be off the chart with this one. Got ripped off by China today as well, this week as well. I'm trying to repair this ECU or battery management unit from a Mercedes, and I've ordered up some of these MOSFETs from China, and lo and behold, it came in totally the wrong package. Absolute mess. No component. Let's do it then. Here we go. Oh, that's a poorly cap. It's reading 13.6 microfarads, which is not mental, but look at the ESR. 17.4. That's had it. That has had it. So we're definitely going to need a capacitor around the 8 microfarad mark. What have we got? So we got a 10. We want to try and get an 8. I've got an 8.2 here somewhere, I think. $82. 6. I thought I had an 8.2 here somewhere. 82. That's going to be in my last ones there, isn't it? 8.2. There we go. Unusual size, isn't it? Really, but these are Worth, I believe, the make of these. 105 degree rated. They're good quality caps. But yeah, 8.2 is the closest I'm going to get. You could have got away with a 10, I suspect, but you know, could have got away with a 10. How are we doing for time? Let's ask the speaking clock. 16! 16! 16! 16! I love that, Derek. I do love that clock. Gavin, was it? GT Jeff. Good afternoon to you, Jeff. How you doing, mate? Gavin. Where was Gavin? Oh, Gavin! Hello, mate. I didn't see you pop in. ESR was absolutely shot on that, though, wasn't it? Jeff, I don't know if you caught the video this morning, Jeff, but I released the one on the hacker that you very kindly sent to me to give to David. So David's well chuffed with it, and he's well underway. Well underway with it. So this one's got to go, but which is positive and which is negative? This is the question, or is it one of these bipolar things? Ah, good question. Now, this could be awkward. How do we know? 6 volt, 120. There's no indication of which is positive and which is negative. Let's see if it's got any indication on the... You did, Gavin. Well done, mate. Right, let's have a quick look at the service diagram again. Service manual even. So, what cap is it? Okay, I can't actually see a cap there. C2, C16. Is it C16? I don't know. Let's have a look at my screen. That so C22 is the Elka mode. Just to make sure we have it the right way up. So it comes off of this post here, and it goes across. Doesn't go across very far. Is there one underneath here? You know, the post is underneath where it says C16, I think. Yeah. Or is that the post? So we've got the post there. I can't tell which one that is, or which way round it is. I mean, that tab there is ground. But the positive of this cap is going to that ground tab, so that doesn't really tell me anything. So it's got to be from here. It's got to be one of these. Is it C16? Yeah, that's a tough one, that. Is it non-polarized? So C22, C1, C2, C16. So you got one that comes across here, you got a lot that come across to here. I think it's got to be C16, C1 or C2. I'm going with C16, I reckon. Let's find the schematic. No, see, C16 is a 0.04. We want the 8. So C21 is an 8. Look. "12-volt rated. Minus 20 plus 100. Plus 100%? Minus 20 or plus 100%? Well, they didn't worry about that, did they? So C21, where's that then? But that's on the other side, pardon me, on the other side of the chassis, isn't it? C21's on the top side of the chassis there. This is strange. We don't appear to have that one listed then. Does that mean I'm going to have to get physical with that and try and trace it out on the chassis? It's almost like that's non-existent, that cap. Okay. Have we got any other 8 microfarad caps, or is that the only one? See, that's the only one listed. So this this radio is slightly different. It's typical, isn't it? It would be. It would be. Because the only 8 microfarads, there's a 4 microfarad there, look. What's that? C10. 4 microfarad. Where's that one to then? That's not on that side of the board, is it? C10? No, we've got C22, which we know. C10. Oh, that's strange. Where's C10 then? I didn't notice another electrolytic in there. The plot thickens because C10 C10 does not appear to be in this radio. What's going on? So that is just below the tuning cap. Yeah, that is not there, that capacitor. That is physically not there. I suspect this is for an older chassis. I suspect this has got the glass caps in it. Glass, yes it is. This is okay. So maybe we're looking at the wrong schematic here, because this has got the Mullard OC series transistors in it. We need the AF117s. Okay, let's have a search. I would like to try and get this the right way round if I can. I can't trace it back on the circuit. So we want a TR82C. Which one? Let's try that. Mark 1. This is not the Mark 1, it's a later one, isn't it? Richard's radios, has he got a schematic? No, that's the... okay. What are we doing? Where are we? Okay, you're on my screen. Right. I'm trying to find a schematic now for the correct one. It might be that I'll need the trader sheet. I don't think it's the Mark 1. No, because that's got the other ones. Okay. Ah, now we're talking. Right. Schematics. I'm not logged in, so it's not going to let me see these, is it?
The secret engineer says, did you see SDG Electronics Roberts repair video? You can buy parts from Roberts for modern radios.
No, you can buy parts from Roberts for modern radios. If you know what it is and you ask them specifically and you ring them up. Okay, this is the service info I need. So I need to log into Radio Museum. So let me just log in and I'll download this schematic a minute. TR82. Okay, so now I can't find it. I've logged in and I can't find it now. Let's refresh that page. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, right. We're in business.
Derek Cooper says, Has someone fitted a replacement underneath for C21?
Oh, I don't know. I think this is a newer version. This is a TR82C Mark II. So you're back on my desktop now. So this is the parts list, one of the parts lists. So we've got capacitors on there. We've got capacitors on here. Okay, so we have got two 8 microfarads. Now we've got C21 and C23 listed. So C21, C23. Oh, there's another one. C19, 21 and 23. Right. So where's our parts layout? No. There we are. Right. Ah, that's the top of the chassis. We want the bottom of the chassis. Please have the bottom. Oh, would you know it? It's not on there. Is it? Was that it? No, that's the top of the chassis. Oh, you cannot be serious. No, that's unusual. So I reckon we got a page missing on this. That means we're going to have to do it the hard way, aren't we? Six. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, we got one missing then. Which one didn't I download? Bot killers. I don't know, they're getting through. They've obviously subscribed now. I've got bots that are subscribed to me. Okay, so that can go. All schematics. Ah, we've got one that I didn't download. Is that the one we need? No. Flippin' heck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's no picture on the underside of the chassis, which is a shame. So we're going to have to do it the odd way, aren't we? So where is this in the circuit? Where is it? What is it connected to? So one side is ground. The other side goes to...
Anthony G7BJO says, the Naked HD is back with spam.
I see it. I see it. I've set it to subscribers only, but obviously they've subscribed now. So, you know, we tried. We tried, people. I've been on here too long and they found me. Right. Let me get me bearings here. Let me get me bearings. What I'm trying to find is, I can see one side goes to ground. This goes to this peg here. Now this is coming across to this IF transformer here, which, let's see if we can see the top of the chassis. Oh, that's even that's blurred. It's got to be IFT4, is it? It's typical. I can't even see that. It's all good fun. I mean, it's just a shame we haven't got the underside picture. I saw it. It's IFT1. That's IFT1. That's IFT1, 2, and 3. Okay, so it's IFT1. So I'm looking at this picture here because one of the legs of this capacitor goes to, in a roundabout way, one of the legs of IFT1. So where's our schematic? Where's IFT1? That's going to be the first IF transformer up here. So on one of these legs, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to have a capacitor. Is it C21? It does definitely go to there. That goes to transistor. That goes to the coil. And that goes to the rail, the main power rail, I think. Yeah, so it's got to be this one here, C21. So it should be connected up with a 56k resistor and an 8.2k. So it should be connected to those as well. So let me see, what's 56k? Green, blue, green, blue, orange. Have we got green, blue, orange? I think we have. Underneath there. Yes, green, blue, orange. So we've got a 56k connected to it. So we're looking for an 8.2k now. So that's going to be grey, red, and red. Yes, that is definitely C21 then. That is definitely C21. Where are we? Bear with me. So we are here. So underneath there is grey, red, red. And over here, just underneath this one, is the green, blue, orange. So that is definitely that side. But I always get confused when I'm looking at schematics as to which one is the positive and which is the negative. So when you look at this this schematic, we've got C21 here. Let's just zoom in. I've zoomed in too far now and I can't see it. It's up here. C21, right, okay, so one side is connected to ground, but is the open side negative and the filled in side positive? So is that the positive and that the negative? I should remember it really, but my brain is just not what it used to be. It's definitely C21. One side connected to ground, the other one goes to those two resistors. It is 100% C21. I bet if I cut the sleeving off, I'll be able to see easily if it's positive or negative, but no. C27, C25.
Derek Cooper says, what is your email?
My email, Derek, is that, I think that's up on the screen now. Yeah, that's my email. Graham at Radiocruncher.com. How are we all doing? Sorry, I've been neglecting the chat. unless you shout at me by using the say mark, I can't hear it. Okay, filled inside is negative, right. So the open side is positive. It is, I mean, if I go to my screen now, you can see from this, look, you know, the open side is positive. If I click on that one, positive, and the filled in bit is negative. So on our schematic, the open side is going to ground. So the positive is going to ground. There you are. We've answered our question, haven't we, really? It's a positive ground. Strange. The whole PNP transistor thing just does my head in sometimes, because some of these sets are positive ground. Oh, Derek sent me the missing page. Oh, you star, Derek. The missing page. Brilliant. And it is indeed C21. So I was right. My deductions were correct.
Robert Cross says, naked spamming happened again.
Yeah, can't help it, Rob. It's unfortunately one of the joys of live streaming. You do get them. Thanks very much to my moderators for jumping on it quick. End of the day, we just delete it and wait till it comes back again. Let's get rid of that title now, because I'm sure we've seen enough of that. So let's zoom you in a bit, and we'll get this 8 microfarad done at long last. Took a while, didn't it, to suss that out, but did get it from the schematic in the end. Thank you, Derek, for that file. Oh, this is buried deep in here. I don't think this is coming out in a hurry. They've done a massive wrap around job on this one. Right, he's coming out. There she blows. Right, well, the side that I've got my thing on is the negative. I wonder if I open up this wrapping that's on it, whether I can tell. So we'll remember, I'll leave it connected to my forceps for a minute. Let's just get the solder sucked out of that, and we'll get the other one in. So this really is like working on a Volvo radio, isn't it? Everything's on tag strips, point-to-point wiring. Really nice to work on. So a good starter radio, I think, for anyone. If you don't want the hassle of the transistors, then I suggest you try and get hold of a an earlier one with the OC series transistors, then you're not going to have the problems. So we know the positive's got to go to ground. Hopefully we've got a route through there, have we? Yeah, there we go. So I'm just putting an 8.2 microfarad in. I'm not going to remove that one yet. Let's pull that through a bit more. And it's got to come up to there. Yeah, plenty of room there. Right. So I think that resistor went on top, didn't it? So I need to wrap that around there. Just put a bit of heat on that and move it down. Oh, is it going to go over it? It's not going to go over it, is it? Go on. There we are. That's connected there. I need to get that resistor on top. Let's put a little blob of flux on that. I don't need any more solder. There's plenty of solder on there. So let's say that capacitor that was in there was absolutely knackered, so well worth replacing. Let's hold that for a second. It goes off. Pulled that a little bit tight, but there you are. Whatever. I'll solder that side up. Rich A? Yeah, I will be. Definite. It's common to have a positive ground on sets with PNP transistors. Yeah, I know, Timothy. I mean, I am aware of that. The problem is it just goes against what you think, doesn't it, really? You always think as negative being the ground. When you see positive ground, it just throws you. I think that's got it. I don't want to overheat that. Make sure these are all okay. Okay, that's that one in. Right, we've got another one for you to look at now. We've got this this Plessy down here. Just get that in the shot a bit better. That one's got to go. Plessys are not good, but I have disconnected it to give it the benefit of the doubt. So what is this one supposed to be? This is supposed to be 100 microfarads, look. Don't know what working voltage it is because that's gone, long gone, but again the positive is connected to ground. So 100 microfarads. What do you think this one's going to be? What do you think this is going to be? $100 microfarads. Kaput, I'm sure, but you never know. It might be good. I have had these good before. They're not all bad, but most are. So this is a Plessy. Paddy, how you doing? $170, $100. It could be anything. This. It could be open circuit. It could be massive ESR. 127 Wayne. Are we ready? I'm going to push a button. I'm going to do it.
Derek Taffman says, a proper radio to work on.
It certainly is, Derek. Here we go then. Oh, 125 and 1.7 ohms. It's got to go. Who's closest to 125 then? 127 for Wayne. Oh, is it Wayne? It's Wayne. Oh, Wayne wins it. Wayne wins it. Very close. So 125 is not mental. I mean, it's probably within tolerance for this era, but that ESR is too high. It needs to be below 1. I mean, that's nearer 2 than it is 1, so gotta go. 100 microfarads. What have I got that I can stick in there? Have I got some 100 microfarads in here? Yes, I have. Okay. What rating are these? These are 16 volt. What is that one though? I mean, it's not going to be. It's a 9 volt radio, so 16 volt might do it. Let's have a quick look at the service manual again. You are a winner. You are the winner, Wayne. Winner Wayne. Winner Wayne. Winner Wayne. Say that quick. Winner Wayne. Winner Wayne. What are you going on about now, Graham? Shut up. Silly man. Right, that's C25. So let's have a quick look. Just have a look at the voltage rating. Let's have a look at the voltage rating. C25 probably C25 100 12 volts. Okay, yeah, no problem on that. It says it's minus 20 plus 100%. Can you believe that? Plus 100%. So yeah, it's fine. Let's do it then. Let's have it out. David's asking, is that across a 1K resistor on VT4? No, it's connected to IFT2. David, it's connected to IFT2. Center tap of IFT2 it's connected to. The negative is connected to the center tap of IFT2, so that should stretch. Should stretch. So I could have stuck a radio in there and just bent it down over, but it's actually it's easier because this has got a longer lead on it. So I should be able to reuse the sleeving off of this one if I can get it off the IF transformer without killing it. Let's get you in on the overhead camera because it's a bit easier for you to see what I'm up to. My hands are going to be in the way. House. So I'm in the way now. This is the one that we're going to get rid of. Let's stick me up there out the way, look. It won't cause any trouble if I'm out the way, will I? Still need to have a look at this one. In fact, let's see if I can cut this one apart now a minute. Just see if I can find out if that is the negative lead. I mean, normally the positive has got a pinched in end, isn't it? it off the speaker. What a strange looking cap, isn't it? What a strange looking capacitor. I mean, there's a rubber bung in that end, which I would assume would be the positive, but very, very strange looking capacitor, that, isn't it? And very high ESR, although the radio was working, but there you are. There is 2 Plessis on this side, and there's more on the other side, David. So they're all going to have to go. But we're probably going to run over for today and have to call it a day till another stream. Right, there he is. Come out. So the negative's got the connector there. It's really confusing, isn't it? So this one's pretty shot, isn't it? So I'm going to just put the sleeving back on. That is the negative. We're going to give it a little bend. Where's that man cave? Has he gone to restock, or has he fallen asleep? What's going on? Where's that man cave workshop disappeared to? Where is that man? That masked man? Right. Okay, on down. Yeah. Well, you're not going to stay there now, are you? You liked it just now, but now that I want you to stay there, you're not going to. One side in. You can just about see the other side there. Let's bend that up. Don't need to wrap the hell out of that, really. Just need to make sure it's away from, well, that's ground as well, so no, it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't really matter. Right, I want to just make that joint there a little bit better. So I'm going to put a bit of flux on it. The problem is it's sort of under a little bit of tension. So if I heat it up, it will just ping right off. So I need to put a little bit of flux on it. Just hold it with something. I'm just going to use my tip of my screwdriver. I'm just going to hold the soldering on that to get a nice shiny joint, because it's a bit dull at the moment. There we are. Better. There. Done. So, a Plessy gone. Now, there's no point restuffing it on this side of the board because you can't see it. You can't see that. But on the other side of the board, if you want to keep it authentic, you can actually cut these apart and stuff a new capacitor inside. I mean, one of those, that one there would easily fit inside, wouldn't it? I mean, look at the difference in size. So that would easily fit inside. Right, there's one more to do on this side of the board, and it's tucked in here. And if you can see this, if I go down there and angle it in a bit, you might be able to see it. Can you see it tucked in underneath the speaker? Get rid of me again. Let's get the light down. Come on, down light. Down. There. So there's one tucked nicely in there underneath the speaker. Look. That's got to go as well. So to get that one off, we've got to release the speaker. So it looks like we've got a nut underneath there. It's going to be Imperial. It's going to be that one, I suspect. Will it go on it? Yeah, just about. There she blows. And now we can see the beautiful Plessy in all her glory. Lurking underneath. Right, so we've got the negative going to there, positive going to there. Let's lift it and see. I think this is, I don't know what this one is. Is this another 100? I don't know. We're just going to do this side of the chassis for today. The other side will have to wait till next week now. That's one. Right, let's have a look, see what it is then. What have we got? 100. 3 volts. Right, what do you think it's going to be? 100 microfarads, 3 volts. Come on down. Plessy. Bad news. Place your bets, and I'm going to go to the loo yet again. More spam. Restuff it. Yeah, you're right, Theo. Use it for another radio. What's Sean saying? Life deals cards, Mike. Thanks, brother. Good old Sean. He's still with us. He's a good old boy, our Sean. He's a good old boy. God, I'll tell you what, that tea smells amazing down there, and I'm supposed to be finished for 5, really. I'm supposed to be going out at 5:30, but I want to get it back up and running. Right. Have you all placed your bets then? It's not looking nice out there. Horrible, rainy, windy nastiness. Bit of a difference to how it was in the week, wasn't it? It was mental last week. Right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Whew. Are we all done? Right, I think we're there. Let's do it then. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That one's absolutely shot. 7 microfarads. Sorry, what's going on? Where's the goats? We need some goat action here. Come on, go. Yeah, so I should think so too. 130 microfarads, which is not like mental, but 7 ESR is way too high. So if we got Derek on 135, that's pretty close. 125 for Keith, that's wow. Theo, what did Theo go for? 131.2. Gotta be Theo then, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's Theo. Unless there's anyone closer the other way. Theo's literally 1.2 away. It's Theo. 28 degrees in East London, brilliant sunshine and too hot. Yeah, it's a bit murky here. Yeah, you were a fair way out there, Wayne. But you know, that one's got to go. So we need another one of those 100 microfarads. And what have I done? I've put them back, haven't I? Yeah, I would do, because I knew I'd need one, so I put them back. That's about right. There we go. I actually put them back in the wrong place as well, which is good stuff, isn't it? Okay. So he's got to go. He's got to go. Mike! Fine work on Mabel. Gonna get Mrs. Demon a Chinese tonight. Very nice. Thank you, Mike. And thanks for the super chats today, mate, and for joining us. Good one. The Robin Hood of capacitor bingo. He is the man. I'm sure he's got an insight. He's got 6th sense, I think. Not sick. Sixth. 6th sense. Sick. You're sick, Theo. This is going to be tricky to do because this cap is in parallel with it. So I'm going to have to do this side first, I think. So again, we've got positive going to ground. Across to there, so I'm going to bend him there. Just there. Just that's maybe a bit. Let's go a bit further, right there. Cheers, Mike. Thanks for dropping in, mate. So we've got positive to ground, don't forget, because this is the positive here, the red one, and that is going to, well, it's not ground actually. No, it's not ground. It's a solder tag on the board. That's unusual. It doesn't go anywhere. It comes back through this resistor to ground. Okay, so it is connected to ground through this other resistor underneath. Right, let's put a bit of flux on that because that's a manky looking joint. It's just a terminal post, this, but it is isolated from the chassis, which seems a little bit strange, but you know, so it is. So I'm just going to connect this one up, go that way to keep away from there. And then we're going to drop this one back over the top. I think was that away. And pop it down, connect that one. Okay, to make sure that's away from that terminal. Nice, stick a bit of flux on there. And on there. Just a little bit of heat. That side. And this one. And there we are. Just snip the ends off. There and there. So I think that is that side of the board sorted. Pop our speaker back in.
Derek Cooper says, wrong way round.
That was a bit late. It is right. It is the right way round. The white way wound. So that is that side of the board completed. We shouldn't need to do anything else. We've done the grommets. We've done the hunts, all three of them. Although that one did say 0.01. I need to double check that on the actual... let me double check this one on that new schematic because I was going by the old schematic. So let me first of all check Derek's email to get the position of that cap. So it is that one up there. So it is C2. C2, and let me find C2. I've got a stupid thing on my head again, am I? Keep forgetting that. Let's check C2 on this. Yeah, 0.01. So yeah, naughty. I've got to change that one. It is 0.01. I thought it was. So I put a 0.47 in there, so that's got to go. I can't leave that in. Well, that's a shame. But we've got to get it right. I doubt very much whether it would make much difference. So 10 NF, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was one of those white ones. 0.01. It was 10F, wasn't it? 10 NF. 0.01. Yeah, 10 NF. Well, I'm struggling. So I've got these caps here in the 10 NF section. What have they got marked on them? Are they actually 10 NF? (10N). 250 volts. Could be good. Just need to double check that they are 10 NF. Capacitor markings are an absolute nightmare. There is no rhyme nor reason really. They just seem to be in a world of their own, capacitors. Yeah, 9.7 NF, and I've got my fingers on it. So that is 10 NF. That is not 10 NF. That's a 47 or 47 NF. So let's get that one out. It's a shame because I've actually just fitted that one, so I'm going back and taking off my handiwork. Which is a bit of a shame, but end of the day, got to get it right. No point doing half measures. All or nothing. So let's get that one in there. About there, I think. That'll be nice. And that. And there. Beep, 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 beep. Right, so that's that side done. Let's heat this up and push it down. Pop our resistor back on top. Again, a bit of pressure. Let's push that down. Snippy, snip, snip. There. Okay, happy now. I'm a fussy bugger, aren't I, really? Fussy git, maybe. I think that is that side of the chassis sorted. Just double checking, make sure there's nothing hidden underneath that switch bank, because that's a favourite place to hide. Capacitors. Oh, hang on, there is a dodgy one in there. Is that, or is that just a hair? Where's my tweezers? Where's the old tweezeroonies? No, it's just a hair. It's just a hair. Panic over. But yeah, there is a cap in underneath that switch bank. Tuning cap's done. We need to put a bit of grease on that bearing. Let's see if we can get a little bit of silicone grease on that. Let's see where we are, what screen we're on, and what we're looking at. Fat Tony, thank you, mate. New batteries for the goat, they'll be flat soon. What are you saying? Melvin, how you doing, mate? Thanks, mate. G4 VYI, nice. Just catching up with the chat a minute. Rich A, thank you very much, Rich. David Gregory, that is the coupling from the antenna to the base of the first transistor. Thank you, mate. Tony saying, are those roundy resistors Mr. Carlson goes on about for drifting in value, or is it just a North America thing? I don't think these are the same, Tony, to be fair. And again, these are in a battery set. It's not a main set. These aren't too bad, but I mean, you could go through them all and end up changing the lot of them. That's the thing. But if it's working, just resistors are a last resort, really. If you've got a problem with a particular aspect of the circuit, then it could be down to the resistors, but 9 times out of 10 it's capacitors rather than resistors. Although in the mains valve sets, that's certainly resistor.
Steam Elements says, Rich A just tipped £5.
Thank you, Rich A. Tea will be ruined, Will. Yeah, I know. Mrs. Cruncher's got it sorted down there. We do it like a bit of a help yourself type thing on a Sunday. Mike! Couldn't go out with a wee bit for grommets, caps, flux, soda, get Mrs. Cruncher a box of chocolates and a couple of bones for the doggies. Oh, Mike, you're a star. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Great to see you back in here, mate. Just going to go and get a... Thank you, Mike. Oh. The internet's struggling today, so I'm just going to put a bit of this RS silicone grease 494124 if anyone wants to know, just around the bearing there. I could put a bit of light oil on it, to be fair, but grease is better than oil because it doesn't really sort of travel into the capacitor. Possibly a bit much there, Graham. Let's take a bit of that off. Yeah, you could have probably done with getting rid of that old grease. It's horrible and black. Could be graphite grease, mind you, but And this is the stuff that I put on the spindle as well to take it off. Mike's a good chap, and he looks after me. And he thinks about Mrs. Cruncher as well, which is even nicer. So we'll sort Mrs. Cruncher out with a nice box of chockies, although she keeps telling me off for buying her chockies. She does like chocolate though, that's the trouble. Chocolate, port and German wine is Mrs. Cruncher's thing. If she just had that, she'd be well away. So I'm just having a quick look at this tuning cap. I'm going to probably put a couple drops of oil in this side. The bearing, because I can't get any grease in there. And the other thing I want to do is just put a little bit of deoxit on, if I can find it. There's my little packets of deoxit gone. See, very popular radios these. They are nice radios. You know, there's not a lot on medium wave, long wave anymore, but of an evening you'll be surprised what you can pick up. And I will do a live stream one evening, and we'll have a look. So I'm just going to use some of this deoxit. This is deoxit D100, I believe it is. I'm just going to put it on the grounding point, which is in the middle on this one, and a little bit on the end shaft there. I can't get any on that because it's manky. Ought to put some, see where that, you can't quite see it, can you? See where that wire goes across the front of the tuning cap? That's actually a grounding wire, but it's absolutely covered in gunk at the moment. Let's see if I can get some of that off. If I can, I'll put a little bit of deoxit on it. What a cotton bud, really. Yeah. Just pop a little tiny bit on that as well. Give your tuning cap a good old twisty. A good old exercising. She loves the Ferrero Rocher, Doug. You know she does. That's her absolute favourite. That is her absolute favourite, the Ferreros. She loves the Ferreros. We'll have to sort some out, won't we? Yeah, that's feeling good. It's feeling good. Thornton chocolate balls. Right, looking good. This is looking really good. So and these volume pots are almost impossible to get. So volume and tone pots are very difficult to get any switch cleaner in. In fact, that one looks pretty much sealed up there. I don't think these were scratchy, were they? Might be able to drizzle a little bit in from behind. So next time we're going to have to do the front. We've done the back. We've done the back of the chassis. It's a TR82 CL. A TR82 CL, and this is the one. This isn't the exact one you're getting, Sean, but you're getting a slightly better one than this to have a play with. So it's a TR82 CL. So we've still got a few things to do. Let's see if I can get the glare off of it and get you in a bit closer. And then I'm going to call it a day because I've got to go and have my tea and then we've got to go out. So you can see we've got more plessies here. We've got one there that's got to be done. We've got one up here that's got to be done. See the yellow paper? Those two. This transistor like up in the air, look. He's all he's literally stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Bizarre. We've got two electrolytics here. I mean, I'm tempted on the front of the chassis to stuff these. These are going to be tough because they've got like an orange shrink sleeve over them. But what I want to try and do is keep the sort of age thing going, if you know what I mean. Because they've got the date on them, I don't really want to get rid of those. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 caps there to do. Anything else I can see? No hunts. We've got some. No, we've got some Mollard mustards there. They're fine. So all three of these transistors are going to have to come off. All of these three here, all AF117s, these are all going to have to come off and be zapped. And then I'm going to put them back on again. So they will stay original. We need to get some switch cleaner into these pots. There's not really an entry into them. Maybe I can just get a bit to run in from behind. Yeah. What else? And then we're going to have to attempt an alignment because I think this is a fairly deaf set. It's deaf. It's definitely deaf compared to the other one that Sean's getting. So this one is deaf. So yeah, that's probably for next week then. We'll get it cleaned up. I'll see if I can clean it up in the week, and it should be all systems to go to chuck it back in the chassis and give it another try. I'm sure it's still working now, but we know we've got problems with those transistors because I only need to tap them and they die. So there we are. A bit of progress today, and a bit more than I was going to do probably, to be fair. Okay, so Anthony's saying it'd be nice to see this radio finish and perhaps have a look at the Volvo one. Yeah, definitely, Anthony. We'll do this next week. We'll finish this one next week. Still got it up in the corner there. We'll finish it next week, and maybe we should be able to finish it easy in the stream. So we might have time to then start having a look at the Volvo one. But say, Chris, All the Gear, No Ideas, recently done a video on those. So that's pretty much it today, people. Check out my premiere that I put on earlier, which is the radio going off to David Tipton. And don't forget, David Tipton is actually putting the video out next Friday morning, so look out for that one. And please leave comments. And thanks to my Patreons as well. I've got a couple more new Patreons, so thank you very much for those that are supporting me via Patreon and super chats and tips. It's all really appreciated. So that's pretty much it for me today. Hope you've enjoyed that. As I say, leave some comments if you would. Give it a thumbs up, and I will see you next week. So, bye for now, people.